We made it. Our long national nightmare is over. Best Ball Mania 5 is finally here, and we have the definitive kickoff stream here. We got a lot planned for what ended up being a best ball brunch, not a best ball breakfast. We are going to overview the Best Ball Mania 5 structure that recently launched. The ranks are now in the underdog lobby, so we can scroll through, start to get in the right frame of mind. Who are the risers? Who are the fallers? What are the edges we want to push here when these first contests open, and hopefully just less than 30 minutes. And then we're going to do kickoff drafts. We're going to have Shawn Siegele swing by. You guys know him from doing all of the drafts with me last year from RotoViz, the Zero RB, all that great stuff. Of course, Pat Kerrane will swing by after that for the draft. The BBM3 champ might squeeze a solo draft in there. And then we're also going to have the club guys, Andy and Clay, swinging by. So going to be a very fun brunch / afternoon day of best ball breakfast here. Can't wait. Let's get going. My slow draft rooms are so much different than my streamed drafts.
Does no one realize Underdog's half-point PPR? Idiots!
Damn, bro. You know ball. Hope you guys packed your bags. I packed my bags. No, I mean, I literally packed my bags.
Dude, Star Method's legit. Only way to max out every contest in the plus EV way.
Week 17, you still gotta get there, bro.
We have a finite sample. We only have so much samples. Is it negative EV to stream all your drafts? We just don't know. All right. GMs, good afternoons. I guess for you West Coasters, 8:30 is still firmly in the morning here. We did delay the initial start of Best Ball Breakfast because I wanted to, sync it up with the launch of drafts around noon. And then we got a little scare this morning from the Underdog Drafts account. I guess there was an issue with their third-party notification system. Sounds like, fingers crossed, everything's on track for a normal launch. But guys, we're just going to only have good vibes around here today, okay? It seems inevitable that we are going to get drafts at some point today. If it's a little delayed, whatever. We're going to make do. We have plenty to talk about, lots to discuss, and I am excited regardless of when these drafts start. Here we go. We got a bunch of excitement in the chat. It is a marathon. Yes, we do need to remember we will be drafting in this contest for 4+ months, which seems crazy. Like it doesn't seem that long ago that we were putting the bow on the final season. I remember watching that Dallas Cowboys Detroit Lions game on the Saturday night of week 17. That doesn't feel that long ago. And now we are back. The NFL draft is in the books. BBM5 about to drop. We're going to get the NFL schedule here in the next week or so as well. Man, it is a great time to be alive. Love seeing all the enthusiasm in the chat. I know there are a ton of live streams today, a ton of content going to be made surrounding this opening day. So appreciate you guys all swinging by the live stream channel here. I can barely even keep up with the chat. The vibes are firing. Rob wants a winner take all BBM4. Like if you thought people get upset about payout structures on Twitter as is, imagine if they dropped a winner take all BBM. 15 million up top. No one else gets anything. Cody, Merry Christmas. Yes, this is Best Ball Christmas. We are going to unpack a lot of gifts here. Speaking of gifts, we got Nez who just gifted out 5 memberships in the chat. Very much appreciate that from Nez. For you guys who are YouTube members, you do get access to all of my Best Ball After Dark streams. If you're new around here, that is a series I do exclusively for the YouTube members. You got to be a Best Ball Value Hounds member or above. That unlocks all of those shows. I do those on the weekends, generally Friday or Saturday nights. And this past weekend, I had Numi on, who I think I saw in the chat earlier from Underdog in the Badge Bros. And we did kind of a full preview of Best Ball Summer, teasing some things that might be coming and kind of just understanding where they're at from a contest standpoint, how they want to pace things, what they want to do for all of us this year from a contest standpoint. So we will be having all kinds of fun guests there on Best Ball After Dark throughout the summer. 2 weeks ago, I had Fareed Shahid on, who won Best Ball Mania 4. That was a very fun interview as well. So one of the perks there that 5 new members here will get because of Nez's donation. Appreciate that. Yes. Or we can have the cynical side. Time to draft a contest that won't pay out for 7 months. Exactly. Yeah. But guess what? Do you know what's even worse than that? drafting in a contest that won't pay out for 10 months, which is what people were doing in January. Or I guess that would be 12 months, right? When those contests dropped, I think the big board opened late January. So that would have been like legitimately 11 months that those wouldn't be paying out. So, we're actually progressing at this point. Let's see here. Christmas, the W's in the chat. Nez, how rich. No way we are already back doing this. I know. We are very much back doing this here. Let's see. So many places to start. I do want to just touch on the structure of the contest. There's been a lot of debate or discourse, I should say, about this. Obviously, the huge new wrinkle for Best Ball Mania 5 is no regular season payouts. That's the big shift this year. A lot of the money now has been smoothed out and spread out to the top. So we're now getting 20 people who will win six figures, first through 20th place, all getting six figures, 20th place, 100,000. If you saw the payout structures last year, it was extremely top heavy. And it's constantly a balancing act of what you're trying to do with a payout structure, right? The easiest thing to do, I think, is take money off the top and smooth it out. But if you had all those regular season prizes, that had to come from somewhere as well. And last year, that ended up being basically places 20th through 479. All of those non-premium finalists in week 17, those were the people who I think felt the brunt of how the payout structure worked last year. This year, no regular season prizes. And I know some people are conflicted about that. I think my take is, one, be patient. As Numi hinted on the show on Saturday night, I think there are going to be contests that come that scratch that itch for people who want regular season payouts. That kind of thing is coming. They were not making these changes willy-nilly. They know what they're doing here. They understand that people like that element, and that itch will be scratched elsewhere. But as far as for this contest, like, people play BBM for making life-changing money. And I think with now having 20 people who are going to win 100,000 or more, or even going down to 40 people who are going to win 50,000 or more, they are now casting a wider net of people who can win life-changing money in BBM. And on top of that, more people who are going to have legitimate sweats in week 17. And that's always been my thing, is like, we all love correlating, optimizing, playing for week 17 when it matters the most. And yet, if you show up on finals day and you don't have a realistic sweat, like, that's a bummer. Like, getting to the finals is so hard. It's such an accomplishment. It's such a favorable run out from, the luck gods to even get there, that then you want to be able to enjoy that and relish it. I think the way this payout structure is now set up is going to allow so many people to have crazy fun sweats on week 17. And this super flat, structure here at the top, I think really facilitates that. And you're not going to get those there's nothing more agonizing. And obviously the people who win $100,000, $200,000, they're very happy. But to have one play knock you down from $1 million to 100,000, which can sometimes happen in these type of structures, that's brutal. That's agonizing. So to see us go here, I'll read it off for the audio listeners, who I will always service around here. 1.5 million to first, 750,000 to second, 500,000 to third, 400,000 to fourth, 300,000 to fifth. And then people were wondering about this one. I don't know the story behind this either. Sixth place will get an oddly specific $239,490. Seventh will get $200,000. Eighth, $170,000, ninth, $160,000, 10th, $150,000. So even if you're on the bubble of ninth, 10th, like in previous years, that could have been just a massive, massive swing, just one spot there. Now it's a $10,000 difference. Everyone who climbs to the top 10 here is going to be paid out handsomely. So yes, I'm a fan of this. I think it's going to be fun for all of us week 17 bros. I've already seen a little chatter if the way of how flat this is actually makes week 16 more important. I think that will be fun to dig into. I think when you actually calculate the EV of it and how much of the money is still in the top 20, still in the top 100, that the EV will point to week 17 once again, as always, in perpetuity, being the only thing that matters. But I'm excited to have that debate. We'll have to see the exact structure, the advancement structure, and people smarter than me can start getting in the lab and calculating EV stuff on that. But my inclination here is that week 17 is still all that matters based on this payout structure. So yeah, and I would say for the most part, there were a few people in my mentions who were upset about not having regular season payouts. I would say in general, though, it has been a favorable reaction from most people here, is what I've seen. Thank you here from CLN. We got 2 of 13, 1 of 13, 1 of 13. And this is the other thing for the payout that I think is kind of an elegant and nice thing to have. If you make it to the finals here, which it will be a 539 person final, you see this number that you get paid back, $3,750. You'll notice that is exactly how much it will cost to max enter BBM, 150 entries at $25 a pop. So to me, that is also a really nice kind of change to the finals this year, because it was a thing last year. I mean, we said it, like you could make it to the finals, max enter the contest, and lose money, like lose a decent amount of money on your entries. It now seems to me like I like this idea of you make it to the finals. Guess what? You're free rolling your time in the contest. And I like that. I like that this is now geared toward really rewarding those people who get to the finals and making that much more of an enjoyable sweat and not just a sigh of relief in the way it has been previously. All right. Let's see here. I did promise a coffee pour. I have been up for a long time today, and yet I knew I had to save some coffee, some bullets in the chamber here for a late best ball breakfast coffee pour. So let's do that right here. All right. That's it. That's all it is for the coffee here. If I can't fall asleep as early as I normally do today because I'm drinking coffee at noon, I'm blaming you guys. Starkindler already wants the Ducks. Let's pace ourselves here. You know, I think the Ducks will come around the time Kerrane hops on for the draft. You guys remember last time, because we post the audio from the drafts I do with Shawn on the RotoViz podcast feed, and their very polite producer, Colin Kelly, asked me to if we needed to have the Ducks music as part of the background track. So we shifted the Ducks to the Pat drafts here. All right, just to confirm, because I know there was a typo in CLN's first thing, 2 of 12, 1 of 13, 1 of 16. So 2 of 12 for the regular season, 1 of 13 in week 15, which is round 2, 1 of 16 in round 3, which is week 16, and then round 17 will be that 539 person final. So there are your advancement numbers. And I should also mention, obviously this is a Best Ball Mania 5 theme show, but you'll notice in this thread here, Underdog releasing the prize structures for the big dog. This is going to be a $500 entry fee with 200,000 up top, 100,000 to second. Definitely excited to hop in these. And then also the Eliminator, which I know a ton of people are excited about. I'm also very excited to dip my toes more in the Eliminator waters this year. This is going to be a $10 entry fee, which is a really nice price point. And that is going to have a $100,000 first place prize there. So very cool stuff with this. And you can see here, Underdog also posted how the Eliminator advancement is going to work. Week 1, 10 of 12, weeks 2 and 3, 8 of 10, week 4, 7 of 10, week 5 and 6, 6 of 8, week 7, 5 of 8. And as you can see, we keep going down here until you get to a 115 seat final. So yeah, excited to check out the Eliminator more this year. I know a lot of people had a great first year experience with that. Get hyped, Pete. I am hype. You can tell it in my voice. Sometimes I'm sitting down when I do these shows. I got the standing desk. That's how hype I am right now. I got the standing desk going. Rushed pour. This is how excited I am. A rushed pour. Guess what? Everything's rushed when we're doing Best Ball Breakfast at 11:44, Chris. We're trying to pack in everything we can before we do these opening drafts here, hopefully within the next 15 or so minutes. You guys are going to have to let me know in the chat as well when these things are actually live on Underdog. Go AZ Cards. Love the Eliminator. Only finals I made last year. CLN also posting the advancement structure for the big dog. Obviously, this ends up being one of the selling points of playing in these smaller field, higher buy-in contests. It's 2 of 12, then only 1 of 6, 1 of 6. So you can see, comparatively to a, 1 of 13, 1 of 16, 1 of 6 entries advancing is very nice, and certainly a way to boost your overall expected value in these contests too. Obviously $500 is a big price point, but I think we are going to see even more contests that are smaller buy-in that also have smaller sizing, smaller contests. So keep an eye out for that. Make sure you are, allocating your bankroll accordingly, depending on what your specific goals are. Kyle, this is the question everyone is wondering. I know the biggest disappointment of only 1.5 million being up top is chasing Kerrane is now that much harder. Yeah, he really pulled the ladder up after winning. Both him and Fareed, they love the new advancement or the new payout structure. Let me just take my 3 million, my 2 million, and then they can look down on us peasants who only win 1.5 million. All right. I wanted to overview real quickly some of the ranks, because this is going to be one of the most interesting things that we can exploit when these drafts open up. I will tell you right now that I am seeing these for the first time. I know these just went live about 10 to 15 minutes ago. And to me, this stuff represents the biggest edge we have in these early drafts, because there are pros and cons to drafting this early. And I laid this all out in the new video on the Deposit Kingdom channel. It's called the Ultimate Best Ball Mania Guide, month-by-month tips. I have that pinned in the chat here. It's in the description. You've probably seen me tweeting about it, writing about it in the P.O. Box newsletter. I think if you are looking for a primer on how to think about drafting in this contest throughout the entire span, it is the best place for you to get caught up to speed quickly. But one of the things that the conclusions I come to in that video is there are pros and cons to drafting early. There's pros and cons to drafting late. There's basically pros and cons to drafting at any time. The key is to be cognizant of those and press the edges that are available at those specific times. We will never have the ADPs as raw and inefficient as we will today. That will cease to exist very quickly. That doesn't mean there won't be mispriced ADPs. That doesn't mean ADPs won't change. That doesn't mean the volume of drafts won't get us closer to efficiency, but they will never be as inefficient in the whole, in the totality, as they are right now. So this is, I think, the number one thing we should be looking to do in these early drafts: identify these risers. And so I'm just going to do a few off the top of my head that I want to see for fun here. Xavier Worthy has an ADP of 94 right now. I will tell you right now, Xavier Worthy in a month or two is going to be a 5th round pick. That is an obvious riser we are going to see right there. Another guy, Ladd McConkey, ADP of 113. So these do look like these ranks are fairly close to the closing line ADP in the big board. Ladd McConkey, I feel pretty confident is going to be a 6th or 7th round pick by the time Best Ball Mania close. That is going to be a very fast riser. A guy like Ray Davis, who landed in an awesome spot on the Bills, ADP of 193. Ray Davis has room to run. I would not be shocked to see Ray Davis drafted 80, 90 picks higher by the time Best Ball Mania closes. So these are some of the fun ones, I think, to earmark as you start to do these drafts. And I am going to make a video this week on the Deposit Kingdom channel, kind of calling my shots. Who do I think are going to be the biggest risers? Who are the guys I think you should target right away? And I do think it's important, because not only are you getting closing line value, but it's also your time to get exposure to players you don't even necessarily like, right? But that will rise. And it's like, if you don't really like them that much now, well, guess what? You're really not going to like them in a month or 2 months when they're much more expensive. Even running backs like Alvin Kamara and Aaron Jones, who I think had a pretty good run out in this draft with no additional competition being added, they are going to rise. Alvin Kamara at 67. Aaron Jones didn't get any competition at 71. I think we will see these guys slowly start to move up. And I think that's the other thing to think through when we talk about risers. I think there's going to be 2 versions of them. They're going to be the snap risers, like Xavier Worthy's going to snap up. Ray Davis is going to snap up. Then there's going to be the slower risers. I think a lot of times the slower risers will be the running backs. You know, we saw what happened in free agency with Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs. It took what, like a week and a half, 2 weeks. They just kept inching up. You know, I think we could see that with a guy like Isaiah Pacheco. You know, Isaiah Pacheco at ADP of 55 comes out from the draft unscathed. Would anyone be shocked if Isaiah Pacheco was a 3rd round pick by August? I wouldn't. I don't think that's going to be a snap riser, but to me, someone like Pacheco now, I think we will see him just slowly rise like we did with some of those other running backs. Joe Mixon, I think, is like that as well. ADP of 57 shouldn't shock anyone if he's a late 3rd round pick by the time Best Ball Mania closes. So these are, I think, are the fun things to think through. And also conversely, it goes both ways, right? With all of these risers, there are also fallers that we need to be cognizant of. And we are going to find ourselves in spots where these guys are slipping past ADP. And trust me, as someone who often finds themselves anchored to ADP, it can feel irresistible to be like, man, this guy fell 20 spots. Like, how many spots should Brock Bowers fall? You know, I like Brock Bowers. He's certainly going to fall from this spot. And so I think with some of these fallers, the thing to ask yourself is, even if you like them, being patient, knowing you're going to get them at better prices. I made this mistake, I think, last year with Breece Hall, where I really liked Breece Hall. I knew we were going to get cheaper Breece Hall because the market was going to, you know, double count Dalvin Cook signing. And I was still drafting Breece Hall in the early 3rd, mid 3rd, despite knowing he was inevitably going to become a mid 4th round pick, later 4th round pick. And that's something I want to get better at this year is, hey, there are going to be guys I like, but let's wait for the bottom to fall out, for them to reach more their bottom point as far as the ADP dip, and then start to move on those guys. Yeah, this is another fun one here. I need to check in on the chat and see if you guys have identified any of these other guys who don't. You know, Vidal is another interesting one here. I would say of all, Vidal is a guy that I've been thinking about a lot the past day, because the two things we're trying to balance in these early drafts are getting massive ADP value while avoiding dead roster spots. And one of the examples I used in the book was early on in the offseason last year when Best Ball Mania opened, a lot of us, myself included, were assuming Zach Evans was going to be the RB2 in Los Angeles. And one of the things I want to be better about this year is not guessing on who the RB2 is, and basically saying, we don't have to guess who the RB2 is in May, because guess what? We're going to know with pretty good certainty in August who those running back 2s are. That's when you can start drafting Ty Chandler, Keaton Mitchell, the Zach Moss, Kyron Williams, obviously being the best example. We get that huge information edge. You no longer have to guess. Kamani Vidal falls right on that line that's kind of breaking my brain, where I could see him being a riser and wanting to target him before he inevitably rises. I could also find ourselves getting too overconfident that he is the clear RB2 or he has a clear path to touches there, and then getting burned by who would it be? I guess it's J.K. Dobbins coming back from the dead. That's why it's a little tough for me on Kamani Vidal, because I could see it going either way. We all get hyped up about him, but we're also talking about a guy who didn't have a ton of draft capital. He did some things well at Troy, but he was not a premium running back prospect. It wouldn't be shocking if he wasn't ready for the big time right away. And so Vidal is an interesting one. I do think he will rise. I do think he will get drafted. So I don't know if he's exactly in the Zach Evans territory. He has a clearer runway to production, but he is definitely one of those interesting guys where he might be able to break that rule as far as we have enough information that he's certainly draftable now. But yeah, a guy like Dylan Laube, compared to him though, I do not think you need to draft Mr. Lube right now. Like, it is very, very unlikely that he is a major riser in the way that Vidal could rise. So those are kind of the situations I'm thinking through there. Jake says, I don't like McConkey. Good situation, though. You sum up my thoughts exactly. And McConkey is the perfect example of a guy I don't love, but guess what? I'm really not going to love him when he's a 6th and 7th round pick, which I really do think we're headed there. So I'm going to get my McConkey early in BBM drafting. I am going to get him when he's going after pick 100. I'll get my shares, and then I will wave goodbye to Ladd McConkey, because I don't want to have 0% Ladd, potentially a number 1 wide receiver tied to Justin Herbert as a rookie. That seems like something that could be beneficial to our teams. I think that will ultimately be too big of an opportunity cost where he ends up. But those are the scenarios we should be thinking through. Who are the guys we want to pack our bags on now and then let them go? Who are the guys we're willing to chase up? Who are the guys we just want to outright fade? Donovan wants to know if do I drive 3 hours round trip to the border to enter? Hey man, it is Christmas. We all do lots of things on Christmas to take care of ourselves, to take care of our loved ones. It is that time of year. No one will begrudge you around here if you want to make that trip. Yeah, Michael Mayer, another one. He's going to fall a ton. I think Michael Mayer, he's going to end up in that category that I would say like Mike Gesicki was in last year. You know how you had both Hunter Henry and Mike Gesicki both essentially going undrafted at times, going in round 17, round 18. I think you're going to find Michael Mayer back there. And the other thing is like with some of these guys, there's attractive stacking options. Like Cole Kmet's another good example. Like to juxtapose Michael Mayer to Cole Kmet, even though Cole Kmet should drop a little bit more because of them adding Rome, he's going to continue to feel that target squeeze. Because people will be excited to backdoor stack him with Caleb Williams, you'll see a lot of people grab one of those 3 top Bears pass catchers, grab Caleb Williams, and then they're going to go, I want that double stack. And so Cole Kmet will never fall that much because of the stacking element. People are not going to be excited to backdoor stack Michael Mayer with Gardner Minshew, similar to how last year they were not excited to back stack Mike Gesicki, with Mac Jones, unless it was with my guy, Shawn Siegele, who I'm about to bring on here, in which case we were always excited to stack Mac Jones with Shawn Siegele. But yeah, these are the kind of things I'm going to be thinking through here on the contest, but I am going to table a lot of this specific in the weeds who I'm predicting to rise and fall quickly for that video that I'm going to put out on the Deposit Kingdom channel later this week. So make sure you guys are subscribed to that. It's the same channel where the Best Ball Mania roadmap video is posted. Going to have tons of videos out there. And I basically have like 3 or 4 video ideas in my head right now. I'm not even going to be able to get to all of them. But yeah, lots of good stuff coming on that channel as we navigate this new post-NFL draft ADP landscape. But without further ado, I am bringing on my guy, Shawn Siegele. It has been so long since we've been on the channel together. Seems not that long ago, though, that we were drafting Best Ball Mania 5 teams. This is, of course, the Best Ball Banana Stand. Welcome back, Shawn. It's been too long.
Yeah, well, I had such a good time with you the other night, and now, I mean, these teams were fun last year. We got a lot of wide receiver avalanche, but Pete, you and I built some unique teams and got one of those unique teams, kind of through.
Yeah, I know. I actually, I'm going to pull this up here. I am staying in touch with New Me and the Underdog team about when these contests are going to drop. I don't know if you heard, Shawn, but they were having a delay with one of their providers. So we might not be quite ready to go here at noon, but I trust you and I will not have no shortage of topics to hold us over until then.
That's right. That's right. Do you, are you up for more unique and even crazier teams this year?
Yeah, I should say to Shawn when I was reaching out to him, scheduling this again, and Shawn teased to me that he had even more ideas up his sleeve that were almost, it seemed like even more conceptual about how to draft, how to navigate our crazy stream draft rooms. I did not press Shawn for the details at the time, and now I'm even more curious what you might have in store for that.
Well, one of the first things is that, I mean, this isn't wild and crazy, but just with how avalanchy the rooms were, I think there are some fun ways to lean into that this year, where last year, I mean, in the end, obviously, when you get Mostert and Kyren Williams scoring so many points from the back, I mean, that's going to be pretty hard to overcome with other types of running back builds. But there were some ways to take advantage of it last year that were a lot of fun. And then you've got to find those receivers and the different combinations a little bit later. I'm interested to see how 0 RB-ish we can get and then end up with the guys that we're looking for. But then beyond that, I mean, we've got to find a more aggressive way to play QB than Sam Howell, right?
Yeah, I think, as I know you did some big board drafts too, and trying to think like how much of what was happening in the big board is representative of the new 2024 ADP landscape. And I do think there'll be some things that carry over, maybe like mispriced elite tight ends. I don't know if that's going to change, but then how much of it was a result of two things. One, it being 20 round drafts instead of 18. Maybe we get more of a premium squeeze on the onesie positions. And two, the kind of hopium that we get from so many rookies, and that they are often the best selections at every single point in a pre-NFL draft. Now we have a lot more information that is going to push the best plays up the board and maybe kind of, deflate some of those options after pick 100 or whatever. So I'm really excited to see how we navigate that. And I mean, I felt the quarterback squeeze even in the big board. You did have kind of the Drake May backstop. Jayden Daniels was very appropriately priced, but if you waited too long in the big four for quarterback, you were doing what you were doing and taking Justin Fields in a lot of drafts.
And I think that Justin Fields is going to end up being the tournament winner, but we'll select some guys who are slated to start as we go through these drafts. We don't want 18 guys who we're betting on them to beat out the actual starter. No, he's a fun way to play it. One of the things that I did as I updated rankings over the last week is move a lot of the QBs closer together, because I do think there are so many options in the window this year that I do think it'll be a window draft. A lot of the teams that I got through last year, even though I didn't draft a huge number of them, I don't really think it was the way to play it, but were some Josh Allen teams. I moved him back, moved Hurts back, even though I think that CJ Stroud is set up for a huge season. I think obviously Xavier Worthy helps Patrick Mahomes, move them back a little bit, because the window is so deep and there are certainly not every name in it is dynamic. Some of those plays are merely going to be, putting them together with your receivers, what have you, but there are also some dynamic plays in there. And then I think post-draft, one of the things I was really looking for in the draft itself at the QB position, and you can think of it as being mostly relevant for Dynasty Superflex, but certainly, in this day and age, it's really not, right? Because you have to figure out how you want to play even the late QBs in these best ball formats. And if they do hit, which is unusual, but if you get a CJ Stroud type of performance, obviously that can break the format. But there are other things that can happen with it too, in terms of even making the late guys stackable, both in terms of some of the late wide receivers and some of the late QBs, in terms of really feeling like those are viable ways to approach a draft without have that be your emergency out, but an emergency out that actually creates 4, 5, 6 positions on the roster that you don't feel that good about.
Right.
So that was what I was looking for in the draft. I think the draft fell really well, at least if you weren't hoping to play some Michael Penix. So from that perspective, I don't know. I mean, maybe Pete, it creates a bigger trap for me that I'm very willing to fall into, but some of these late quarterbacks are kind of fun.
Yeah. I think so too. And especially it's really fun too when you have a contrarian take on the market. Like, I know you are very high on Bo Nix relative to JJ McCarthy, and not saying that you're not interested in McCarthy, but when you do factor in price and in enthusiasm, there is going to be a wide gap between those. And that's always a fun thing to exploit too, is can you find those cheaper arbitrage versions of those players, which has been something that RotoViz has been so good at identifying over the years. I think a question I have for you, because you always have such a clear point of view and a clear kind of objective of the player archetypes and the type of things you want to do in drafts. How do you balance that with the element of this being the ADP Wild West? Like, we were just going through some of those, and you see a guy like Ray Davis, who landed in a really favorable spot, has an ADP of 193. Everyone watching this show knows that's mispriced. How do you balance the objectives of taking advantage of broken ADPs that will probably no longer be broken in a week, while still trying to accomplish the goals and the player archetypes? Is it just trying to find the Venn diagram of where broken ADPs and player targets, align? Or are you willing to say, I'm never going to get this guy any cheaper than I am today, and even though I don't love him, maybe I should get that share today?
And that kind of dovetails with one of the things that I wanted to float by you, either for our drafts together or thinking through how you are going to play the season, or even if it's not the way you were going to play it, but if you think it's viable, which is that we know that when you take all the drafts together, that having drafts where you have ADP value versus not having ADP value, the ADP value drafts win.
Yeah.
And that's, only logical, right? Because you're not necessarily dealing with and pulling out the drafts where sophisticated drafters were going off of their boards and maybe had some exploitable plays and were really loading up on that instead. And the feeling that I had coming out of 2023 was I did want to lean into rankings value as opposed to ADP value, not every time and not exclusively and not like at the extremes. But I mean, one of the things that happened last year is that Sam LaPorta was my highest rostered player until like the last couple of weeks, until I started to come off of him a little bit just to, make sure that he doesn't get hurt in week one and every single team is sabotaged. Well, the unfortunate thing was that those teams actually did really well. And if they had also been Sam LaPorta teams, then they would have been absolutely fantastic. So yeah, you're going to run some risk if you have exposures as high as I have. But, one of my good friends and part of the RotoViz community drafted 30 teams last year, moved 10 of them to the semifinals. And obviously you can only do that if you're drafting really well, if you do get lucky, but then also you have to have, pretty serious concentration of the players who will win for you. And, if you're drafting the full 150 or what have you, you don't have to go maybe to that extreme. But one of the things here, when you think about what 150 represents, if you're going to look at it as like main event teams or what have you, it's not necessarily that many. I mean, I think that one valid way to play it, and I'm certainly not suggesting people do this or that most people would, but you could almost just play it as, 2 or 3, 4 main event teams and be willing to, lose on the vast majority of what you're going to anyway, but just take extreme risk and be very concentrated and approach the contest from that direction. And if you do hit on your players just like you would in the main event, then you're now set up to do extremely well overall. And then moving into the postseason, so I kind of like that element of not being that diversified and really leaning into what you see as the correct plays.
Yeah, and it is a fascinating thing. We've talked about it a lot. I mentioned it in my videos too, about like understanding what your risk tolerance is. And, I think you have a pretty healthy appetite for risk tolerance and also have strong conviction in the type of players you think are going to break out. I actually think Sam LaPorta is the perfect example, and not even from the benefit of hindsight, but just thinking about his archetype, about his position, about his price, of the type of guy to shove all your chips all in on. Because you think about, okay, tight end position, already the lowest scoring one in our lineup there. So you have a pretty, wide moat as far as like, if you're wrong, guess what? Every other tight end scoring 4 points a week. On top of that, you have a guy whose price never moved up into a range where there was a huge opportunity cost. And then third, you look at the available tight ends around him where it's like, as an example, like say if you wanted to take a stand this year where it's like, I'm going to have 100% George Kittle or something like that. It's like, man, the opportunity cost of passing on Dalton Kincaid and Kyle Pitts and these guys around him, that's a pretty big opportunity cost to be that certain. But you could probably be pretty certain the upside that Sam LaPorta had to the other tight ends going around him, he dwarfed all of that. And so I think that's also another thing to think about through risk tolerance is like, what is the opportunity cost? What happens if you're wrong? In LaPorta, like there wasn't a ton of risk at his price, at his position.
And we'd gotten such clear indication too that he was going to be heavily involved. One of the things that, I do worry about, and I try to make sure I'm balancing a little bit, are the strong convictions on guys like a Tyjae Spears or a Kendre Miller, where part of it is this contingent upside. And if things break the right way, then they're going to be the absolute league winners. But they do have to actually accomplish something first, or in an unfortunate situation, they need a teammate to get injured. And from that perspective, you're not locked into those points. And in Miller's situation, until really the last week of the season, he's the guy who was struggling with the injury, so you get basically 0 points. Spears, somebody who, if you had the injury to the teammate, he's going to be, running back 8, something like that. But if you have the extreme shares on them, you could easily get what we got. And so, I'm still going to be going for those players, but you have to be more aware of the price and maybe a little bit more aware of what your exposure is on them than like what you're talking about with Sam LaPorta.
On the flip side, how do you, one of the other elements I was saying that we have to think through with these really early drafts is not burning dead roster spots. And obviously with zero RB, and there's a reason you wait to release your zero RB countdown list deep into August, right? Because that's when it's the most valuable. You have the most information. You have almost every puzzle piece you need to make informed decisions. That's really hard to do on April 29th. And yet you'll still see the gravitational pull of these really fun deep sleeper rookies. So how do you balance that dynamic of saying, I really like this profile, I even like this landing spot, while also acknowledging he might be the running back 4 on his own team right now, which would not be a way we necessarily want to spend even an 18th round pick.
That's a great reminder of some things that I do want to do, which is to put out an early zero RB list this year, to put out an early version of the priority targets, all those types of things for the RotoViz subs who are looking to exploit these tournaments at this time of the year. Yeah, that's a great point. And at the same time, one of the things you mentioned early, which is just looking at some drafts that have happened, since we found out these landing spots. Pete, I was looking at like what we should do and just like still draft all rookies. And so it is tough because you're looking at the prices, and even for some of the players who went into situations that are not absolutely perfect, once people get comfortable with that and get comfortable with the fact that it's not as good as they thought, we're going to have a rethinking and understand that they have a better chance of either simply, pushing through and earning a committee, or B, that, yeah, they're the backup, but that starter can still get hurt. And it's really a matter of how clear are you from the third guy. And so there are some situations like with Garendo, for example, where, that one is tough because you're not going to get a lot of snaps over McCaffrey, just, in any way, shape, or form. But then are you separated from the rest of the group if there's a starter injury? And so we have some situations where the guys go behind clear starters, but probably are then the clear backup themselves. And then some where the guy goes into a committee where he's splitting once you have the injury. And one of the things that happens there too is we can be overconfident in thinking what those situations are. And so we want to try and remain humble in terms of, how much confidence we have for the individual situation, but certainly they're not all the same.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's, there's some where it's like, how long is it going to be until we can take an RB2 on the Jets? You now have 3 very talented backs behind Breece Hall. Like if we had a clear handcuff there, that becomes like a premium spot to target as far as a zero RB candidate. And I bet we will have a lot more information to make that decision in August. But right now it's like Isaiah Davis, Braylon Allen. We all liked Izzy Abanikanda from last year. Like, is that just a stay away spot in these really early drafts?
And that was maybe one of maybe the 3 or 4 super weird things that happened in this draft, in addition to the Penix selection, in addition to all of the teams that desperately needed a wide receiver target hog early in the second round, picking guys who frequently disappeared like in college games. Did the Jets have some sort of vendetta against the Cowboys? Because they seem like that fantasy manager who sees someone like you on a stream, and it's like, I'm going to block him from getting his quarterbacks. So why are you trying to block the Cowboys from selecting a running back there? It's just super weird. And I was frustrated. I guess maybe it's the rugby guy now, but the Chiefs have no backup to Pacheco. And it's like, that is so tough, because that would be one where you would feel like, okay, I want a massive share if there's a clear backup, because the starter is not that talented. So you're going to have probably a committee, but then you have the injuries, and then you have the Chiefs offense. Well, so they don't address it. Then you have the Cowboys situation not addressed very well. And one of the things with the Jets is that both of those guys, and you can argue, well, they're just going from their board and the rest of the team is drafting the wrong running backs. And we had absurd guys going ahead of Braylon Allen, right? But it's not just that they selected 2, but 2 really interesting running backs. And so, I don't know. Abanikanda was somebody I had a lot of in the last round before the draft. And now you're just hoping that some other team swoops in there. There's got to be another step here, right? So
I know. I was like, it's fun going through all of the, your pre-draft exposures. Izzy Abanikanda was my highest drafted in the big board, 26%. Braylon Allen was my 5th most drafted running back at 19%. It's just like, you got to love just those two just blowing each other up. And then Isaiah Davis saying, oh yeah, I'm here too.
And I mean, maybe you have some additional insight on this, but it seemed like the Lions picked a player who doesn't play that position ahead of those guys.
What's scary is I don't even know who you're referencing.
Yeah, like a safety to play running back is my understanding. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe some folks can clue us in on what Detroit is thinking there. Basically, they're thinking, we have a 4th round pick that we don't need, and we got that position covered. We can do whatever we want. I mean, special teams do exist, but there are other ways to address it.
Yes, everyone in the chat, I know everyone is champing at the bit to draft. I know Underdog posted something that they are still working with their provider, hoping to have something here. I believe they said another update in the next 15 minutes. So we will fire up a draft once they are available, but I am not going to pass on this opportunity to pick Shawn's brain about some of his thoughts post NFL draft. I know you did a day 2 live stream with Ben Gretsch, and those are being cut up on the RotoViz feed in shorts version too. So even if you missed the 5-hour marathon stream, I've been digesting some of those. It even includes a 2-person mock draft for Dynasty and Superflex tight end premium leagues. That was very insightful. And I know Shawn has been updating his top rookies overall for those formats. I heard you mention on one of those shows, and we were talking about Sam LaPorta. I might have heard this year's Sam LaPorta might be Ben Sinnott, the new Washington Commanders tight end there. Are we still holding on to that take, or how do we feel about him?
Yeah, definitely. With the area that he went in the draft, I mean, I think that Sanders is going to end up as one of the, not necessarily league winners, but a very nice piece for people who are adding him late, but certainly Sinnott going where he did, and then into a spot where I think it's interesting too, because I think you want a lot of Jayden Daniels, but I mean, Terry McLaurin is going to be a difficult way to play it. And so if Jayden Daniels has a huge year as a passer, then you're obviously going to have wanted some connection there. But if you are thinking that it's mostly the rushing value, but you do want some of these maybe individual game shots, then you can go in that direction, maybe even with a Luke McCaffrey type of thing. So there are some ways to play that then become fun without forcing you into McLaurin, which I think is difficult. Yeah, when you've got an extremely athletic tight end who had a lot of production in his final season, the team believes in him there, then I think you've got to be pretty fired up.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that's another good discussion topic too. And something that I've learned from you a lot over the years of playing when there is a lot of volatility, but still upside to an offense, playing it through the cheaper pieces. And, there ends up being a lot of certainty that one guy is definitely that guy ahead of them. Maybe in this case, it's Terry McLaurin. And then you see everyone else like Jahan Dotson's going to be cheap. Ben Sinnott's going to be cheap. Luke McCaffrey is going to be cheap. And then saying, can I get the benefits of an explosion without taking on the risk of a 5th round price tag, where it's like you could essentially be wrong and not even have those teams killed if your only investment is a backdoor, stack with, Jayden Daniels, Ben Sinnott, Luke McCaffrey. So is that one of those spots too, where you think you'll just be looking to play a new rookie quarterback led offense very conservatively, or I shouldn't say conservatively, but through the cheap pieces?
I think so. And that's the other kind of conversation there with Bo Nix and how you might want to do that, where initially I had moved Courtland Sutton up a little bit, and then, looking at it some more, he just hasn't been somebody who's been great at drawing targets. He has the big touchdown blow up last season, and that I think that you shouldn't necessarily fade touchdowns. Blair has a lot of great info, on the site articles there where discussing how that type of thing, if you are fading them, you're probably going to lose out. And yet when you go through and you look at the volume for a Sutton, the issue and the interesting thing with Daniels is you might lose a lot of the total passing volume to him, scrambling and rushing. With Nix, you potentially lose a little bit more of that, I think, at the professional level than maybe at the college level, where behind the elite offensive line, he's so good at avoiding sacks. They get the ball out, doesn't necessarily need to scramble a ton in his final year. But then there's the other thing with both of those guys, where they didn't throw deep a ton. But when they threw deep, they were actually much more effective than the guys who were sort of branded as the elite vertical passers throughout the draft process. So, I mean, there are two sides to that, which is that if you are being much more conservative in terms of when you're attacking, then when you do attack, you probably have the play. Whereas some of these guys who have to throw deep a lot, they're going to have to throw deep in situations where they don't have it. So their accuracy numbers are not going to look as good. But when you look then at these players, and thinking that, well, when they did challenge, they were more effective maybe than people realize, then, maybe narrow path, but interesting players like Mims and Franklin, you can still kind of go with those guys a little bit because of the prices. Whereas if you have a lot of Knicks and Sutton and it doesn't work out, then, if those teams where you're going with Mims and Franklin are also going to struggle from that perspective. But again, I don't think you have to play the expensive guy, because if everything works and you actually have that QB winning the league for you, he probably needs those peripheral guys to have scored well for him anyway. And so from that perspective, the story works and you're betting in the same direction.
I want to ask you about some of these rookies who landed in favorable landing spots, but maybe have some pretty big red flags on their profile. I guess the three I would point out, Xavier Legette to the Panthers, Keon Coleman to the Bills, Ladd McConkey to the Chargers. I know you made it a joke on one of our ship chasing streams a month or so ago. How do you evaluate Ladd McConkey? He never played. And now we have a situation where he goes to what I consider a pretty good landing spot. Justin Herbert, very little competition for targets. I think the market is going to be very excited about Ladd McConkey in this spot. How do you play that if you are still kind of like wishy-washy on him? Is he a guy that you want to target right now while he's still priced outside of the top 100 picks, knowing it seems very inevitable that he becomes much, much pricier in the coming months?
And certainly if he looks good in the offseason and we continue to get these, they wouldn't necessarily be whispers, but just all of the discussion of Quentin Johnston being a bust and him continue to drop passes, all that sort of thing, that you're going to get, just a very, very expensive price there on McConkey. One of the things that Ben brought up, and I think really explained well, is this element where you have a player who maybe has missed some games, and then also the thing with McConkey is you go back and look through, and some college football experts are going to have a cleaner view on this than I will, but this, the route shares are disconcerting. His ability to actually separate from teammates who are underwhelming, and some of those guys got drafted early too, so they're all kind of dealing with the same kind of thing. But when he did play, the efficiency numbers on a per route basis are certainly encouraging. And so you look back to Puka last season, that was an element for him where you're trying to figure out, why he wasn't drafted earlier, why he's so inexpensive, those types of things. Well, if you get the right price, then you want to be aware of going after those guys. But if the player is expensive, you want to be aware of all the red flags that shows, because it's a double-edged sword there. I think that you have to have some, but when you look at these guys who went, early in that second round, as you mentioned, Keon Coleman is interesting because he's somebody who, Travis May talked about just disappearing all the time. Jalen Polk, somebody who disappeared all the time. If you want a complete and total takedown on a player that was not, in any way, shape, or form meant to be that, but just explaining what happened. Ben has some crazy notes on Polk and what he did in some of Washington's key games, which is he did absolutely nothing, right? And so it's impossible to stay off of those guys completely. And yet I think we want to be aware of the fact that wide receiver is a skill position. You don't just succeed because of volume. And if these guys are being put in volume situations at the NFL level, but they were not volume receivers in college, there's at least some risk that it really does blow up in your face.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see the market handle these guys very differently, because I do think guys like Ladd and Keon Coleman are going to be very, very big risers. We're already seeing, I don't know if you've seen the Keon Coleman press conference clips, which are going viral. He's a total character, just this incredibly likable figure. We are all going to want to root for this dude. And then it's like, you're looking at the Bills and you're like, hey, there's so much room for opportunity. He's going to get expensive. At least with a guy like, Polk, I don't think everyone's going to get overly excited. No one was super high on May even before the draft. Everyone thought this was the worst landing spot. Everyone has been burned by Patriots wide receivers over and over. Like, his ADP from the big board might not even change that much. So those are the spots I'm kind of thinking about, is like, where could we maybe get similar volume? We got similar draft capital and we're not having to pay. In some cases, like, these guys might be going 8-9 rounds higher, than someone like Polk, which certainly creates opportunities, I think, for us.
Yeah, and it was interesting to look at some of the early drafts to see that, Pearsall going in round one still hasn't been that favorable for him. You mentioned the situation with Polk. it wouldn't be even though I look at Javon Baker's resume and see a lot of red flags there as well, I don't think it would be surprising if he ends up as the better Patriots rookie. And if you've got some skepticism about both guys, then you either just go back and say, well, I mean, their veterans are very underwhelming, but if you're talking about the price in the very end of the draft and you have May, then maybe you want to go that direction, or you could just take the cheaper of the two rookies who probably is very close to the same chances of, if there's a breakout, that he's the guy.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a very, at least for me, comfy, like backdoor break glass in case of emergency stack, where it's just like Mac's going to be there. The tight end is going to be there. Both those rookie wide receivers, like Demario Douglas is obviously going to fall now as well. Like you're going to be able to have that stack however you like, I think, in most drafts. One guy I wanted to ask you about, you wrote a pretty glowing piece about him before the NFL draft. Devontae Walker doesn't get quite the draft capital as some of these other guys we've been talking about, but a pretty intriguing landing spot in Baltimore. How are you feeling about him?
Yeah, I thought that if you're going to fall to day 3, and one of the things just emotionally we have, I mean, even though these picks are very close together, the guys that went on the second day and we were all focusing on it. I think back to that 2-round mock that Ben and I did, and partly we were almost 5 hours in. And so you lose track of some things as you're just sort of worn out. But the guys who went in round 3 were underwhelming enough that I kind of wanted to say, let's just still take the guys who haven't been selected in the back end of round 2. And certainly that's kind of where the rankings are going to end up. But yeah, it's interesting because I was looking at some of the drafts that Connor did yesterday, and Walker is going like as Mr. Irrelevant in a 20-round draft. And I'm thinking, well, I'm going to want a lot of that in the last round, because it's not that there aren't red flags or that he's not going to be somebody who has some things to polish or might be a little bit of a slower starter. But you look at some of the individual production things that he did, and then you look at the athleticism. I think people don't maybe understand that he's probably the most athletic guy in this draft, other than maybe Legette, and certainly Worthy, but a different body type there. And so if you're talking about getting deep and being in the perfect spot and being a guy who potentially works for best ball, I mean, yeah, that's one where it could be, you talked earlier about completely burning a roster spot and having a hole and just going into the season with one less player than everybody else. And I think that is a serious risk there. But he's also somebody who could come in and potentially be the Marquise Brown right away. And that's something they've been lacking. I mean, the Rashad Bateman experiment sadly failed. They didn't get a ton out of Odell Beckham. And you can go back and forth on what Lamar Jackson brings to the table. Certainly he goes through stretches where he doesn't throw the ball very accurately. Maybe you've got some bigger concerns about, I mean, kind of weirdly, there was the initial optimism for the 2023 offense, and then it didn't look very good. And then it actually got better and emerged, and maybe they're the best team in the NFL, and then they look absolutely awful against Kansas City in the playoffs. And so there are a lot of different narratives and a lot of different ways that you can break that down. You're going to have Zay Flowers, you're going to have Mark Andrews. Maybe those guys get all the volume, but also, I mean, can you really use a lot of your defense to keep track of Walker when you also have to worry about the running game and what Jackson is doing with his legs? It seems like a good situation if you're comfortable with a guy who's not going to have a lot of total targets.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I wanted to ask you about the Dolphins backfield. The Dolphins not trying to play their cards close to the vest. We know what they want. They want speed. They want speed. They want more speed. They take Jalen Wright. I think one of the top 4 or 5 running back prospects in this class. And now we have what's starting to look like a bit of a muddied backfield. DeVon Achane was going very high in drafts, round 2. I know even you had some initial skepticism about that ADP, while still also wanting to make sure you had some Achane. I think Raheem Mostert, who many were saying was undervalued, now he starts to fall a bit too. And I think people are going to kind of shrug off Jalen Wright, not necessarily know what to do with him. So I think we could get buying opportunities here for this Dolphins running back room, but I'm curious how you think it should shake out in drafts.
Well, I know that one of the massive wins for you last season was a Dolphins back in every draft. I mean, doesn't this make it easier? I mean, is it now Dolphins back again? And, we've got so many different ways to play it. I guess I was a little surprised that Mostert wasn't falling more. And he was one of the guys I thought was the most undervalued pre-draft. But then you have the Dolphins come out and say, partly it's just they don't want to be in these situations where you have an injury and you lose that explosiveness. They want every single game very clearly to have backs who can take it 60 yards on any given play. And yet it's a very weird use of resources when you dive into where the Dolphins are at from a roster construction perspective. And so when you take that into consideration too, it seems like a very, very strong signal about what their intentions are with him.
Yeah. And it's, it's better than the setup last year in that I will be much more excited to draft Jaylen Wright than I was Jeff Wilson. And yet the prices, at least for Achane, are much different. I guess you could argue if Mostert slides, then you have Mostert and Wright as two really affordable ways to attack that. And then it just makes the question, where does Achane's ADP settle? I think he falls, but knowing underdog drafters, knowing myself, like I can't envision Achane falling past the mid third. Like I think there will always be someone who's saying, yeah, I'm taking the guy who, scored 50 points against the Broncos that one week.
How different is the situation there for you in terms of both what you want to do and what you expect versus the situation now with the Rams and Kyren Williams?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question. My initial take was, the reason you take a guy like Kyren Williams at the 1-2 turn is because you're hanging your hat on volume, that he's going to get every touch, and that is extremely valuable, especially in a competent offense. That thesis is now more in question than it was before. Then you hear the quotes from the team saying, hey, we like Blake Corum as a 1-for-1, replacement. And I think it's easy to spin that as, okay, he's just a direct backup. He'll only be used if Kyren needs a break or if there's an injury. I'm not quite convinced, because there was also a part of that quote where it was like, we need Kyren to stay healthy. Like we can't be, giving him 30 touches a game and expect him to help us in the playoffs as well. So I do think a touch squeeze is coming. How much is up for debate, but I do think Kyren should certainly fall from where he was in drafts. And I think he is, kind of a cautionary tale of why we don't want to be spending, early round 2 or late round 1 capital on these backs who are so dependent on touches without the kind of explosive plays, the efficiency that can offset it. Like if you get burned by, DeVon Achane having Jaylen Wright come, well, guess what? DeVon Achane can still take a handoff 90 yards to the house. So you always have that out. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I think Blake Corum is a very, very intriguing handcuff, but how are you playing the Kyren Corum spot now?
Yeah, I think it's the exact same. And it's always interesting, I think, especially in the first week, where you have these situations where you would assume that the pre-NFL draft ADP priced in somebody being added as a depth piece to at least give them a little bit more of an emergency backstop than they had. And yet when that player is actually dropped in, then usually the prices do fall. And so that part will be interesting. One of the things with Williams is that he had so much volume, and his EP per game was number 2 last year, I believe. And he also outperformed that a little bit. So it's not necessarily going to be the huge plays, but I mean, he's somebody who, if you're comfortable drafting running backs in that range, and it's an interesting range, because I do think that the first half of round 2, if you want to come off of receiver, you can, because you're probably going to get the same basic value all the way through the rest of the second round and most of the third round. Now, the problem is if you go with a running back in the first third of the second round, yeah, there's then a very long tier of receivers that are the same, but do they quite get back to you in round 3? And just then, do you have enough total guys? If you have to take the same basic guy in round 2 and round 3, that feels a little bit weird. And yet you have to have the total number of receivers. So it may be the way to play it. But I do think that Williams can still score in a way that justifies essentially where he's going. Certainly once he drops down, 3, 4, 5 spots. But I mean, it's hard not to just play the backup version, because what they did was draft someone who is actually very, very similar. And so anytime that you see clearly that a team has a type and that type has worked, and there's a reason to believe that the positive things that were being said about Corum during the pre-draft process are probably a little bit more relevant now that he goes into this spot than they would have been if he had gone into a different spot. It's very encouraging for him. And so it's just like, how much can you pay for a guy who I do think is going to be almost a pure handcuff?
Yep. Taking a quick break here. Index of suspicion. How many folks do we got in the chat? Can we get some likes on the stream? Yeah, we have about 700 people watching live. I know you guys are all very frothy for some drafts. I am. I know Shawn is. Unfortunately, no updates yet. I will be sure to pass those along, and we will hop in a draft immediately once they are live. But I will also say, at the very least, Shawn and I are going to be here regularly on Monday mornings. I think Shawn's typical time slot will be 11 a.m. Eastern. I've mentioned this on some previous streams, but what I'm going to be doing this year is consolidating my best ball breakfast block. I always had my solo streams on Mondays, and then I did drafts with Shawn and Pat on Wednesdays. That is all going to combine into one mega stream on Monday. So I'll do a solo draft. Shawn will swing by, Pat will swing by, other guests will swing by. So that is going to be the plan. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel here, and then you won't miss any of those Monday morning drafts. And also make sure you guys are subscribed to RotoViz, both the terrific written articles up on the site. They have an awesome draft guide. I know a new version is going to be dropping soon. And they also have the RotoViz podcast feed, where some of you might be listening to this right now on the RotoViz podcast feed. We will be posting the Best Ball Banana Stand in audio form there. But yes, excited for a great summer of drafting here. And it looks like we're going to have another update in a second, I'm hearing, but I'm having fun, Shawn, catching up on some of these post NFL draft situations here. I'm curious what you thought about some of the other running back landing spots. I would say Marshawn Lloyd pick is kind of analogous to the Blake Corum one, where you have an incumbent who, is presumed to not really come off the field, at least based on where people are drafting him. And now you have a pretty intriguing profile behind him. And we can see these things going in two directions, where it's like Lloyd's just not ready for the NFL and he just sits on the bench, or he's so good that he carves out a role and it complicates the volume thesis for Josh Jacobs. Where are you kind of settling on that spectrum?
The thing that's so interesting about both Lloyd and Wright is that they were so explosive that I think it insulates their value to a greater extent than players like Corum, for example. Lloyd doesn't have to play a ton to score points if he can translate some of the things. And he was one of these guys where the last 2 years in two different locations, extremely high evasion rates. He's good after contact. He's got that body that's very, NFL appropriate. He's basically in our Workout Explorer. He comes out to Doug Martin. Now, he doesn't have the agility testing, which Martin also did very well with, but he's a guy who at that size, when you watch him play, the agility seems to be there. I mean, he's the just prototype of a modern NFL back. The tricky part is that the Packers invested enough in Josh Jacobs that you certainly think that he's going to get most of the touches, and yet his efficiency last season was awful. And I think that there's going to be a big enough contrast, and he's in a bad offense and those types of things. There are some reasons behind that, but certainly other than the breakout 2022 season, I mean, that's been the thing for Jacobs, where he and Najee Harris have some unfortunate similarities, right? And that they can break tackles, and yet they don't then have the ability to generate a lot of yards. And that's what the team needs, right? They need the yards more than the broken tackles. Lloyd has the potential to be explosive enough, and the contrast has the chance to be big enough that I think he'll work into more touches maybe than the Packers even anticipate. But when they have Jacobs there and they still use the 88th pick, maybe they anticipate more than we're thinking. They used multiple backs in the past. They're going to score a lot of points. Unless that second half of the season is a mirage, which is very hard to understand why that would be the case. They're going to score a ton. I think Lloyd will benefit from that more than, maybe it seems like. I'm going to have to, really work to keep my exposures down there, unless he gets more expensive than I'm anticipating, because he's such a fun back and such a fun offense.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see where his ADP settles, because this is kind of like the comp range I see, where it's like, does he get to where Zach Charbonnet did, where people see him as contingent plus, contingent upside plus, where it's like, yeah, if the back goes down, full runway, or he just is good enough, earns a little bit of a role, stealing away some touches, gives us a couple spike plays, a couple touchdowns? Or does he settle in the Tyler Algier range, where the market treats him as like a true one-for-one handcuff? Like, I'm not expecting much unless something happens to Bijan. I think obviously if he's closer to the Algier price point from last year, just like a total smash, if he gets up to the Zach Charbonnet range, then you start to maybe have some doubts.
And Charbonnet's for me, and I know that this wasn't universally believed to be the case, but for me, the thing that he really brought to the table was the ability to handle high value touches, which, I mean, the things you really expected him to be the best at would be maybe some of these short yardage situations and catching the passes, which, I mean, you absolutely love that. For him, my expectation was that the explosiveness contrast was going to work very much against him. And it'd be hard for him to work into a committee unless Walker did some of the weird things that Walker does do, right? I mean, Walker, one of the most explosive backs in the NFL, but he will occasionally run sideways and then backward for a while, which, you know, NFL teams don't like that. So there's a chance that you get that. I don't know that Lloyd offers that same high value touch profile in terms of us being very confident that he can handle those types of things, but he's the more explosive player in that backfield, and the offense should be a lot better. And I don't know that we necessarily knew that going in. My expectations for Seattle's offense with those three potentially elite wide receivers was that they would move the ball very well, score a lot of points. It turned out to be more or less an absolute disaster, right? And so that limited both of the running backs. Again, I don't think that we're going to get that from the Packers, and that should give a better floor for both of the backs there in Green Bay.
All right, Shawn, we do have some breaking news. Underdog has announced Best Ball Mania will launch here in 20 minutes. They are going to get us up and off the ground at 1 p.m. Because we are just literally doing this live. I have no idea what your afternoon schedule is like. I would obviously love to do a draft with you at 1 p.m., but I also don't want to make assumptions on dominating 2 hours of your time on what I assume is a busy day. So there will be no hard feelings if you need to dip off at 1, or do you want to plan on staying around? I'm going to try to like move around some of the scheduling today, depending on what you're up for.
Yeah, no, if moving around the schedule works, I am in. If Pat needs to do the draft at that point, then I can certainly let him do that. So it's up to you, but I'm in.
No. Awesome. All right. Pat is flexible. I'm going to touch base with my guys at the club here. We're going to draft with Shawn. I absolutely can't wait. I mean, it would be too much blue balls here to talk about all this and then say goodbye to you. So I'm excited for that. We will be hopping in a draft here in the next 20 minutes. We will have Kerrane coming by a little later. We'll get all these drafts in. I should also mention today, ADP chasing will be on the ship chasing stream. I'm going to make sure that I'm, done by 3:30. Those guys are going to be firing up an ADP chasing show, and that will be a really good spot to kind of dig into all of these initial ADPs. And those guys do such a good job of kind of predicting where these movements will go. I guess I should ask Shawn, what are some of your content plans? I know this time of year, things probably change each year, but normally you're fully in dynasty mode right now. Do you find the pull of early best ball drafts, or are you still kind of locked into dynasty stuff?
We'll try to do everything, right? It was a lot of fun during the first round on Thursday to do live updates to my rookie rankings. We did more live updates throughout the weekend. And so, hopefully if you're subscribed to us, you were getting those updates, as early as anybody else, if not earlier. That was a lot of fun. We'll have a ton of rookie draft content this week. Obviously, the RV Triflex format over at the FFPC has their rookie drafts coming up. Pete, I think they've got a lot of new drafts as well in Empire format going on over there. So we'll have people covered for that, but we'll have lots of new redraft and best ball content as well. As I mentioned, hoping to do those priority draft targets, once we get a little bit of a feel for where these guys are going to go. And then, yeah, I mean, you mentioned that 0 RB list. I've got to get that out there for people who want to exclusively take running backs in the double-digit rounds. And that rookie guide, it'll be out. Volume 3 should be out this evening. And first 2 editions of it this year were an absolute blast. I wrote a lot of content for it. I was joking with Ben that when we had a tight end nobody had heard about there on day 2, I was able to throw out some completely meaningless stats because they were in the rookie guide.
Yeah. So much good content. I will say and I see these conversations sometime in the Deposit Kingdom Discord, the ship chasing channel, people are like, man, I love Dynasty, but it's such a time commitment. I will say I've even scaled back some of my Dynasty leagues, but I will always play in at least a couple because it does such a good job orienting you for redraft. And especially like when the big board is coming around and even post NFL draft and looking at your rankings and reading what Pat wrote. And I just read Jacob Sanderson had an awesome post on his Substack, kind of breaking down his dynasty thoughts. Like that can really help inform us in understanding too, like what we're trying to accomplish. And some of these guys, the value is front loaded, right? It's like, what can we get from them right away? Some of it is like, no, we're going to have to be patient. And I love kind of how dynasty and best ball lenses can inform each other and kind of make you a better drafter in the other arena.
And Pat and I were talking a little bit about that with Bryce Young, where the prices in best ball, I think, very strongly indicate to you that you should be selling unless you are a true believer and are getting good prices, but the prices in dynasty don't match up. And so looking at these different situations where the prices are exploitable, or they're giving you extremely important information about how you should be playing the other contest, as you're mentioning, if you play both, you have that window. And I mean, it's fun. Sometimes it can, really help your bankroll. The high dollar one that Pat and I did last year did work out, and we'll be paying for a lot of my entries on things this season. So yeah, dynasty is one where you get that dynasty built, you can win some real money out of it.
There you go. Star Kindler, very much appreciate this donation. First one on Star Kindler, the $25 super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I very much appreciate it. And I fully expect you to come knocking when Shawn and I take down the 1.5 million with this first bullet for your cut, in which case there certainly will be. Shawn, a topic near and dear to my heart, obviously Denver Broncos wide receivers. It almost feels like comical, like the fantasy gods are toying with us, where it's like, I heard you and Colm joking about it, that we have this year's, Marvin Mims was the KJ Hamler from last year. And now they draft Troy Franklin. And it's like, again, the guy, all the analytics who falls a little bit in the draft. Why are they just collecting all of these players we love and never harnessing their full potential? This feels like torture, Shawn.
Well, they're a little bit the New England Patriots light, in that the Patriots go and draft all of the worst prospects. The Broncos draft all the best prospects and then ruin them. And so I'm not sure which one is worse, right? Because now we have, Troy Franklin is the Marvin Mims, who, as you mentioned, was the Hamler. Are you comfortable drafting the guys who are both Hamler at the same time on the same team right now? Because history would tell us that that's a good way to burn a couple roster spots, but it's the very most fun play that you can make in a draft.
And it's probably going to be a similar price point to that Patriots backdoor stack we were talking about, right? Where you got Baker, the two new rookies. You're going to be able to do that with Bo Nix, Marvin Mims, and Troy Franklin. I'm guessing pretty cheap in drafts this year.
You would think. Franklin was going a little bit earlier yesterday than maybe I was expecting, although maybe it was because I was looking at drafts by RotoViz and ship chasing folks, where they're like, yeah, how early is too early? So
yeah. Of another kind of interesting cohort to discuss were these, maybe backup running backs in precarious positions before the draft that actually had a pretty favorable run out. Obviously Pacheco, we kind of talked about him before, but I'm thinking even the cheaper guys, a Zamir White, a Devin Singletary, where it's like, man, yeah, those teams added some intriguing rookies, Dylan Laube, Tyrone Tracy, but it also seems like, based on the draft capital, that competition might not kick in for a while, if at all. Are any of these guys of interest to you now that they kind of dodged those draft bullets?
I think they definitely go from being players that, not that you were like actively avoiding them, but you would be fading them just because they're not exciting enough at their ADP. They probably don't do enough for you. And certainly there was a ton of risk that their value would disappear entirely. Now you got to really be aware of what the price is and where you are in drafts, and make sure you get some, because Devin Singletary is a guy who has several different occasions where he's been huge in terms of delivering. And one of the things that I always like to point out is that some of the metrics and some of the tracking elements where they say, the fantasy, or I'm sorry, the rushing yards above expectation, what have you, not good for him. And at the same time, the evasion numbers are fantastic. So you're trying to balance those two things, because again, if you're evading a lot of tackles, whether they're broken tackles or forced missed tackles, but you're not moving forward, you're not really accomplishing anything. But his peripherals in some categories are a lot better than people realize, even as he's looked at as a very underwhelming player. Now, I think the Giants offense with Neighbors becomes, there's probably, that's the second team where you'd be tempted to draft a bunch of receivers who actually aren't going to do anything. But it becomes an interesting offense. I think that you have to be aware of the fact that he's actually done some things at times and could be in a very valuable role. White is at least vaguely similar. The tricky part with those backups is, again, you just have to use as much self-restraint as you can, because they were two of the more fun players going into the draft. And you're thinking if they land in the right spot, it's like, well, they did. But I mean, how much of those offenses really going to deliver in terms of total value? And then how much do you want to be invested in late round picks who are also already older than a huge chunk of players playing in the NFL? And so if you forget the red flags, then you just end up with too much or too early.
Another backfield people are talking about in the chat, and I feel like the Bengals could have been a candidate to pull the trigger on a third running back. I wouldn't have been surprised to see them grab a Jalen Wright or a Will Shipley. They don't end up spending anything significant there. Zach Moss, Chase Brown, are those guys winners for you? Or do you think their ADP, it was kind of already baked in an assumption that they weren't going to get additional competition?
I guess I thought that the ADPs suggested another player of some type. Or else I just think you would have wanted to probably pay a little bit more. That's an interesting one because the profiles are so different. And I think how they would manifest league-winning outcomes are very different. But one of the things, as I was writing up the Zero RB list last year, was just to remind people that Zach Moss, even though he had been such a bust for the Bills, that some of those peripherals that you would look at were actually there. He did still break some tackles like he had in college, which was the reason people were so excited about him. If you were looking at a guy who could be like a really poor man's version of some of the things that we've gotten from a Najee Harris, some of the things we've gotten from a Josh Jacobs, he could be that. And then he was absolutely fantastic in the first half of the season for the Colts, and everything that you're hoping for, like if he's the kind of player that you feel comfortable drafting at the price, it was absolutely perfect, right? Brown is the opposite of that in that, I mean, he is the guy who's sort of Achane light. And yet the other thing to keep in mind there is that he was a workhorse down the stretch in college. And so with those two things together, it's pretty tantalizing, right? I don't think that we know how that is going to work out, but it would be surprising if they were able to manage the touches so evenly that one of those guys doesn't end up as a pretty big winner.
Yeah, though, and those are now, I feel like I'm trying to think of what was the great, I mean, obviously we had the Dolphins stuff last year, but having two guys in a good offense where they can almost both get there too, even if it's a perfectly split backfield, if it's super condensed. Obviously you have issues if a third guy gets introduced, but man, it almost feels like a free roll, at least at where their big board prices were. Obviously the flip side of that is like, you look at, Chuba Hubbard, who was getting drafted in that range. And now that thesis is just fully compromised with Jonathon Brooks. Like the Bengals could have been the one that were like, you know what? Yeah, we'll take Jonathon Brooks. And then this all gets blown up. So it's so fascinating how that works. And speaking of, Jonathon Brooks, he's an interesting one to me to think through of how the market is going to approach him, because I don't think his ADP is going to move a ton. People were already kind of thinking like, hey, he's going to go to a good landing spot here. Now I think they perceive it as a bad landing spot. You still have the injury stuff. To me, he strikes me as like the classic slow riser throughout the summer. He just like keeps inching up. Okay, he's on track for week 1. Okay, he's dominating training camp. So he seems like a guy who might be, you might have multiple chances, I should say, to pack your Jonathon Brooks bags this offseason.
And he was an interesting one for us as we did our sort of rookie summit last night with Curtis and Dave and Blair as we're finalizing the final version of the guide. Where do you put him relative to a Brian Thomas? Where do you put those guys relative to Trey Benson? Interesting situations for those players. One of the things that really did jump out to me as I worked more through the process is just how good he was. And that early on, I wasn't giving him enough credit for potentially being a star. And so once you get to the point where you feel comfortable saying this guy is really, really good, or at least it's highly likely. Now, anytime someone's coming back from an injury, we get so used to the players recovering successfully that I think it's only for the guys who've had many, many injuries or extraordinary injuries that we maybe use the proper restraint sometimes. So there are plenty of questions about him, especially as a one-year wonder. But what he did when he was able to play last year was absolutely fantastic. And his comps are very impressive. And then you think to, what he would be compared to like a Rachaad White and how his coach would use him similarly. I mean, White is a guy last year who went out there and really struggled for the first 6 weeks, but his backups also struggled. They stick with him. They figure out how to use him in that offense, which wasn't an easy thing because the Buccaneers offense was not set up to create value for the running back. Well, now that coach is there with Brooks and the Panthers added a ton in the draft, and there's a chance that some of those guys will hit. Legette, obviously a very wide range of outcomes player. I think that the tight end is pretty exciting. You have potentially more dynamism now, but if the QB remains at sort of Zach Wilson levels, you're not going to get that much out of it. And yet if there's a team that maybe isn't that great offensively, but the play caller still manages it to the running back, I think that you can make that argument for Jonathon Brooks. I mean, the fly in the ointment is still just the backups are probably decent. And I mean, obviously that wasn't the case with White. There are lots of apples to oranges elements of that comparison, but I do think that Brooks probably profiles for more high value touches than maybe is obvious on the very first look.
Yeah. And I mean, I'll say for as, people, there's like a stench about the Panthers in general, but I mean, through all of these poor quarterback situations, like their running game has been good. Like, even way back when Chuba first started to flash, Deontay Foreman, had some good time there as well. So I have less concern about their ability to get the run game going there. Yeah, a couple other fun players we can discuss here before we hopefully are able to drop in our first Ball Mania V Draft here in the next 5 minutes. I appreciate everyone's patience. I know we were hoping to be drafting at noon. Things were delayed, but glad to hear we should be on track to draft here in a few minutes. I'm trying to think of another situation that might be interesting to discuss here. Haven't heard a ton about the Browns. The Browns have been a team, didn't necessarily make any big skill position moves in the draft. They've been kind of a team who's been willing to build up, through depressed assets, trading for these guys. What are your thoughts on kind of the Browns here as we head into drafting season? I guess my biggest question is I just have such a hard time putting any faith into Deshaun Watson, who we haven't seen be good since Houston, and then how that could potentially impact the rest of the offense.
Yeah, Cooper has been a player who got this really third wind and had a couple of fantastic seasons for them. I do wonder if he has or I'm skeptical of him having the full playmaking ability to fully separate from some of the other players if those players bring to the table what I think they might. And when you go and look at Jerry Jeudy, the big picture is that he's failed, right? And the Broncos were very happy to get rid of him. But when you dive into his profile in the individual years, there are elements that still pop out, whether it's the ability to earn targets, the ability to get air yards. I mean, he needs to score touchdowns. He needs to catch the ball. Those things are important to being a viable reality receiver, but also someone that you want out there for fantasy. He really struggled with the quarterback play to where, you watch them and he's wide open all the time. The quarterback can't get in the ball. Now, does that get a lot better with Deshaun Watson? I mean, that part is a little bit tricky, but I think at the right price, you want to be aware of what maybe he does for you. Certainly Njoku seems like a great way to play the tight end position. And then their running backs are interesting because just Jerome Ford was very good last year, and Nick Chubb at this point is going to be very inexpensive. It doesn't sound like he'll be ready for the season. Pete, where are you on a back like that who was so good? And I mean, it seems like he'll be ready for the second half. You're looking at winning tournaments from that price. That part would make you enthusiastic, but certainly you run the risk of them bringing him back too early, or just he doesn't ever get there. And then you have a 10th, 11th, 12th, 9th round pick that, again, like we talked about, is burning a hole in your roster. One of the things that we want to try and manage is creating enough upside to win. I mean, finishing middle of the pack or finishing with a bunch of teams that are above average doesn't do that much for you. We do know that one element of winning is having a healthy roster.
Yeah, Chubb was a fascinating one. When I did I did a video over on the Deposit Kingdom channel comparing your set of ranks, the legendary upside and the established the run ranks to ADP, finding the most polarizing players based on who had the greatest standard deviation. And Nick Chubb was one that stood out because of you being around market. Maybe I think you were slightly ahead of market on Chubb, whereas legendary upside specifically was way down on Chubb. I think they've, spoken to Matthew Betts and some of these doctors about how hard it is going to be for him to ever return to his full form. And so that is a fascinating thing because on the one hand, I'm with you, like, hey, we're playing for the late season stuff. Like we can survive 8 weeks of not having Nick Chubb during the regular season. Doesn't matter as much. We're going to have other healthy guys. The buys haven't fully, taken over yet. And then on the flip side, you do wonder, for me, the main thing is he going to get cheaper? Because one dynamic we talk about a lot is the market double counting things. He obviously is going to be a pup candidate. And what always happens in these drafts, Shawn, is once these guys are announced to be on pup, they push the guys down. And it's like, we know he's going to end up on pup. That should be baked into his ADP, but it doesn't work out like that. So I think how I'm going to approach Chubb is I'm probably going to cool on him at the beginning. And then once the market double counts it and pushes him down, I think that's when I'm going to be like, all right, now the price is palatable enough for me to start getting some shares in case that late season potential is there.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to play it. He's somebody who I try and reflect what I think his talent is, even though you don't necessarily know that post severe injury, and what the potential in the offense is. And yet, is it one of those rankings that is in some ways a false ranking because you wouldn't actually be drafting him yourself? I think that is the tricky element there. I'm pretty comfortable taking some risk on injured players, but players who maybe are a little bit more one-dimensional or are older, or like you're saying, maybe all you get is the very end of the season. I do get more skeptical when people are playing almost exclusively for the playoffs, because once that's the thesis, then I think the path is very narrow.
Yep. All right. If everyone in the chat is correct, Best Ball Mania is live. Let me see here. This is a hilarious time, Shawn, for me to get the location error on my spot here, which it just feels so perfect for after I've been waiting all this time. But let me do a little rearranging here and we will get in this draft. Normally I like to tip people off in the Discord, but considering there are about 1 million people trying to hop in drafts, you can just know that I'm going to be hopping in one right now. We'll have plenty of chances this year. Shawn, this is too perfect here. Of me doing 1 million of these drafts. You know what I'm going to try to do? We're going to try to register on my phone and then go from there. I mean, Underdog, my location. I'll tell you where you are. I'll do a retina scan, Shawn, to let them know here. Shawn, when you first started doing fantasy stuff, could you have ever envisioned people drafting best ball teams this early in the off season?
Well, if you told me that this was going to be the way it went, I would say exactly. I mean, of course. What's better than fantasy football, right? We want to all be doing it all day long, all year long. This is absolutely perfect.
All right, we are in. God bless the phone there. Was not liking my browser. Let me get all situated here, and we are going to be off to the races. Shawn, we got the 1-4 here. Let me get my screen shared. The 1-4, which is a pretty fun spot. I do not have any ranking sets or anything pulled in. I know you're going to be having those, I would assume, at some point. And then I know when we draft with Pat here, he's going to have his legendary upside ranks. But Shawn, any initial thoughts on the 1-4 here?
Well, I think taking your favorite receiver who is available is the way that I would go.
Yeah.
I think that even with the target competition, Amon-Ra St. Brown is probably a little bit undervalued. He's somebody, as we get a little bit later into the draft season, might be somebody we need a lot. Obviously, we can take any of those top 4 receivers. I mean, Justin Jefferson, I think there's a little bit of solidification of his floor with the McCarthy pick, even though you don't love it for him. Certainly one of these other 3 guys, I think, is the way to go. and it seems like just whoever is left.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like, so we go Christian McCaffrey, JaMarr Chase, CeeDee Lamb on board with Tyreek Hill here at 1-4.
And he was someone we didn't get quite enough of last year. So starting off with him in the first draft, perfect way to play it.
Feels good. Again, thank you to everyone for your patience this morning. So fun to have this up in the lobby. We can go check it out in all of its resplendent glory here. Of course, Underdog posting the advancement structure here. So, we talked about this earlier. 2 of 12 advance out of the regular season. 1 of 13 will advance from a week 15 pod. 1 of 16 will advance from the week 16 pod. Then we'll have a 539 seat final where one person will win 1.5 million. 20 people will win 6 figures, and everyone who makes the finals will at least get their full buy-in back, presuming they max the contest. Obviously, if you get there on one bullet, then that 3750 is mostly windfall. But Shawn, it feels great to be drafting, and it feels right to be doing the first draft with you. I had so much fun drafting teams with you last year, and I'm excited to punch another team far in the contest this year.
So if I'm remembering correctly, it's T. Higgins, the way to play it. Get him in. He finally starts making catches in the fantasy playoffs.
Exactly. I know everyone's wondering, like, who are the type of people that are drafting Best Ball Mania 3 seconds after it launches? We do have lots of badges in here. Lots of people who are excited about it, although some non-badges too. So the Best Ball Mania enthusiasm spreading to all corners of the fantasy internet. I'm looking here, Shawn, to see if we see anything interesting in this draft. Breece Hall falls to 7. Most of these ADPs fairly similar in the big board. I would say one of the first interesting ones at the turn, we had a Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel double tap. Ayuk had been going higher. Deebo, this is much earlier. This feels to me like, can I get the windfall of one of these guys getting traded, and then both of them are going in this spot kind of play there? Fairly interesting.
It is. I guess I would have a hard time ranking those guys there, even if that happens. But
yeah,
it's an interesting play. Certainly, you have, for me, Breece Hall was above Bijan. Pat and I talked about that at length on his pod recently, discussing some rankings and ADP differences. I have those guys closer together, obviously, after they add a bunch more running backs.
So the DeVon Achane fall or watch is on here. Some other names just via ADP: Adams, Nico Collins, DJ Moore, Olave, Neighbors, Evans, Waddle. What do you like here, Shawn?
This for me is either Olave or Neighbors.
Yep. Let's go ahead and do Olave here. Yeah, I think where do you have Adams now? He was a guy I did not click much in the big board, have been having a hard time valuing him. I assume with the addition of Brock Bowers, wherever you had him, you probably slid him down even more after that.
I had him so far down that Pat was not even really giving me a hard time, but just, parodying the whole situation there. I had him. It's almost like I forgot to draft him, but I don't think that he's draftable anywhere close to ADP. So it doesn't matter too much after you have him out of that situation. Certainly Bowers, I think, does take a chunk because Bowers is going to be an absolute monster. It was not a great landing spot for him, but he's so good. I mean, Bowers is better than Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors. So you always want to keep that in mind.
Yep. We are about to pick here at 3-4. Neighbors did snap come off the board after us in the second round. I fully expect him to live there for most of drafting season. Still got Nico, DJ Moore. Nico comes off. So DJ Moore, Pittman. You got a couple of running backs, LaPorta, Devonta Smith. Any other risers we should be aware of here? What do you like, Shawn?
Well, Smith is probably undervalued, but in this particular situation, I mean, Sam LaPorta is pretty easily my highest ranked player. So if you feel comfortable going tight end here.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Yeah. I mean, literally the only thing, and it's been the thing for me in big board drafts with LaPorta, it's like, if you get really good values on those 5th and 6th round tight ends, do you regret the potential 2v2s? I think the counter is you just go bully tight end. You take both the tight ends there and you don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's the way that I'm trying to play these drafts. LaPorta, I do expect to be, even though I have him ranked way ahead of ADP, I do expect him to be maybe the guy I get the least of because I like the prices on those other players more. If Collins had made it one more pick, he would have been the guy I recommended, even though I do think it's tricky to value Diggs, Collins, and Dell together. But I mean, Collins is somebody that I really had to completely re-envision sort of where he was. The background for him, the profile for him coming into last year didn't really suggest that he could do what he did with Stroud, even if Stroud had the type of season that he had. Now that he's done that, I think even with Diggs and Dell there, you've got to be very aggressive going after him. I'm surprised that he goes after Adams and Waddle and Evans. You know, Waddle is somebody else who would have been interesting if he had gotten to that point. DJ Moore, another interesting player, but Moore and Allen, I think, are dramatically hurt by having a dude say dropped in there as well.
Yeah. And that's going to be, I think, one of the fascinating things. Like, we already got to see kind of the market try to figure out how they wanted to handle the Houston situation, although there wasn't quite enough time for like true price discovery to happen. I will be really interested to see how much further DJ Moore slides, because he's been the guy that when the big board opened, right, like Keenan Allen wasn't even there yet. And so he was going like 1-2 turn. And then it was a really slow trickle down once they signed Keenan Allen. And now it's going to be even more slow. Like, you know, DJ Moore is just a guy that drafters on Underdog tend to like. He's been really explosive, has had some monster games, has been consistently good through various situations. And I think it's hard for people to recalibrate with what is like significant target competition.
It's going to be so tough for all three of those guys. And once you get an injury, I mean, if you get the right prices, and we may eventually do that, and we love to play JaMarr Chase when you have that situation with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. There have been situations where we love playing those 49ers receivers, but certainly, you know, at the prices you're dealing with now. And I think that drafters have become less concerned about the target competition if the talent is there. And so you have to recalculate or work through how aggressive you want to be on those plays if they're already priced as though one of the favorable scenarios happens. So that doesn't mean that the favorable scenario doesn't happen, but if you're pricing in something that needs to happen, that part of it is pretty tricky, and it kind of cuts back against how I've liked to play this in the past.
Yeah. We do see Travis Kelce go at 39. It's always hard to know how much of this is indicative of a new landscape, potentially uncertainty around Rashee Rice, or just kind of a random aberration in a single draft. But notable for him to go at 39, he was kind of reliably falling to the 4-5 turn in those big board drafts. We now have our second quarterback off the board here in the fourth round. Jalen Hurts goes at pick 40. Josh Allen went at pick 32. We have started our draft with Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Sam LaPorta. We're about to pick here in the fourth round, our very first draft here, with Best Ball Mania 5 being launched just a bit ago. And yeah, we'll see what happens here. Shawn, some of the names just again by ADP, which we should be taking with more of a grain of salt than usual. We are on the clock. Rome Odunze, James Cook, Rashee Rice, Zay Flowers, Rachaad White, McBride, Stroud, Pickens. Anything you like here, Shawn?
This to me is very clear cut to Zay Flowers.
Love it.
His ADP is the one that I think I have been the most surprised by, because you're getting a player who broke out as a rookie, and then that second year price that has gotten so, expensive over the last couple of years as drafters have began to, they've begun to understand that you want that style of player. Now, there is some target competition, especially, once Tez Walker is there is the target volume. And I mean, if Flowers had been knocked down after we had a bunch of really accurate projections come out and say, that part is a problem, then maybe that would have been more understandable. For him to be down kind of throughout and actually, climbing a little bit, that part was interesting to me. I think he's going to absolutely go off in 2024.
Love it. Yeah. He definitely feels like he should be up there near Devontae Smith, DK Metcalf, in that range. We're on the clock. James Cook, Rachaad White, Stroud, Pickens, Mahomes, Andrews, Kirk, Mixon, Jayden Reed. Anything jump out to you here?
Yeah, I think this is probably Jayden Reed or James Cook.
Ooh, okay. That's very different here. I think we go Reed in that. The reason for me is not that I'm out on Cook. I just think over the next few weeks, the market is going to slowly start to push him down, as a natural kind of yo-yoing effect with the Ray Davis enthusiasm. So I think we're going to have plenty of opportunities to click James Cook in the late 5th and the 6th round. So might as well default to Jayden Reed here.
And I do want to start as many of these drafts as possible with the 4 wide receivers, the 1 tight end. The other element there that we could have done is just go for that second tight end. It'll be interesting to see who comes back to us in round 6. Certainly if Trey McBride had come back, he would have been the obvious pick.
Right. Yeah. Trey McBride there goes at pick 46. Mark Andrews comes off the board at 54. We did see a really early price for Dalton Kincaid relative to where he's been going. He goes at pick 41. So ahead of McBride, ahead of Andrews. I will mention one of the little classic nuggets that was a bombshell that you snuck in on one of those Stealing Bananas shows was that Dalton Kincaid, you're forecasting to be one of your most highest drafted players this year. I take it that's a combination of just liking the setup and not being maybe as enthused about Keon Coleman's number 1 target share potential as the market.
Yeah, even if Keon Coleman works out, I think Dalton Kincaid is going to have massive target earning. And you're looking at the talent, you're looking at the target volume, you're looking at structurally how you want to play it, because I do think that you want to have one of these elite tight ends. There's a potential for him to get so expensive that, that prediction doesn't turn out to be the case. I do think that he was my highest rostered player in the pre-draft.
Yeah, he's an interesting one too. And I'd be like, what do you, I know you, or I guess I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think we see these elite tight ends inch up? Because we weren't seeing Kelce and Kincaid going this early. They were more going in the 5th round. Do you think we'll slowly feel that push up as Best Ball Mania season marches on?
It may ebb and flow a bit. In my rankings, I had basically all of these elite tight ends, in many cases, around to a round and a half ahead of ADP. And so you're kind of looking at that and saying, how do I want to reflect it in the actual rankings to help drafters to make sure that they're not doing things they don't need to do? Because, if you're going to get those guys, you'd still prefer to go ahead and get them around ADP. Or if you like most of the elite tight ends, try and figure out which guy is going to be the guy who slips in that draft, maybe slightly below ADP as opposed to massively reaching. But I do think that the rankings reflected, at least to an extent, number 1, what you need to be doing structurally for your tactics. And then number 2, where I do think these guys are going to go. I think they have to get more expensive because it is such a differentiator within the roster. And then this year, maybe we'll see some interesting names develop, guys we feel more comfortable with as the full offseason is upon us and we're able to dive into the current, sort of new details more that we like. And yet, I guess I don't see this as a great season for double-digit round tight ends.
Yep. Everyone was curious about Xavier Worthy watch, had an ADP later in the big board. He goes at pick 66 here in the 6th round. Don't even blink at that. Shawn, we're on the clock. Kamara, George Kittle, Deontay Johnson, Aaron Jones, Montgomery, Burrow, Godwin. Anything jump out to you here?
I think if you are comfortable with Kittle, that he's a guy who gives us a little bit of that same dynamic that you got at the 1-2 turn, where if you have one of the elite receivers moved, nothing that they've done replaces either one of those guys. I mean, Pearsall is an overdraft. Cowing is actually pretty interesting. Yeah. But George Kittle, a massive difference maker, especially in terms of those weekly explosions. I really like having the 2 elite tight ends there, especially when the receiver position doesn't give us a clear-cut guy. If Worthy had come back, and Worthy we could have taken in the previous spot. But, I mean, if I do that, I'm going to get Worthy everywhere, which will be the case.
Yes, he is going to be a very fun click. It feels right, Shawn, that we have a true 0 RB draft going here through 6 rounds, 4 wide receivers, 2 tight ends, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Jayden Reed at wide receiver, rocked up here at tight end with Sam LaPorta and George Kittle. We're about to be on the clock in the 7th round. I'll just read off some of the guys at the top of the ADP queue. Deontay Johnson, Aaron Jones. Johnson goes, Aaron Jones, David Montgomery, James Conner, Hopkins, JSN, Mostert, Looking at wide receivers, you got JSN, Watson, Mike Williams. Anything jump out to you here?
Well, it's the first draft. It's the 7th round. You got to go back to the well on JSN.
Oh, I knew you were going to do that. I can't wait. I actually I feel like I haven't gotten to talk to you a ton about JSN. He's obviously cheaper this year, but not necessarily by a ton. I think he closed maybe going in round 6 last year, sometimes in round 5 in those drafts. Talk to me about why we can go back to JSN despite them essentially running it back. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Noah Fant. They got the band back together. I guess we do have Sam Howell potentially in the wings, but what's going to be different for JSN this year?
Well, I think the offensive coordinator is going to be the main thing. You have some concerns about the overall passing volume for the team. And if you add that to Tyler Lockett, still being there, still being good, there are some massive red flags. And yeah, I do think that Sam Howell actually gives them, we joked about this on Chip Chasing, whether or not he's just going to be the clear-cut starter. But I do think he gives them another option to where if he looks fantastic and Geno is not able to run this new offense, then they at least can go that direction. Where last year, you got Drew Lock. Drew Lock was able to find JSN much more easily than Geno was, but he is such an inaccurate passer that the targets, were off target. If you get a guy who can maybe do both, you have that optionality. Not that we're saying that like Sam Howell somehow makes JSN, but you go back to some of the things he did there. You go back to the fact that he was injured when the season started. And it's one of the concerns that you have with Odunze, right? It's just that if you do have the other two guys there, it's not a lock that the guy is going to immediately explode. Certainly that was my thesis last season. But when you look at him, you contrast him to Marvin Harrison, for example. Now, stylistically, the types of routes they were being asked to run at Ohio State are different. And yet, his collegiate performance was so extraordinary. His athleticism, so plus. The way he was described by his teammates. He's tried not to throw the offensive coordinator under the bus like too egregiously. I just think he's going to be the number 1 for Seattle this year.
All right. Right when I think I'm out, Shawn pulls me back in. I did not select him much at all in the big board. I did want to see kind of where things started to shook out, but he is kind of also in this, purgatory range for wide receiver ADPs, at least right now. I think until we get some of these rookies pushing up, I actually think we could see JSN fall a little bit, as guys like, Ladd or Keon Coleman or whoever, really push up. But yeah, I will be excited to see how that shakes out. Getting some interesting reports from other early Best Ball Mania 5 drafts in the chat. I have 2 Ben Sinnott going super early anecdotes here. James Ritchie says someone took him 76th in my draft. And then Anthony says he went 7-4. Not sure if that's the same draft. Maybe if my math is correct, that's the same draft. I'm not sure. But looks like your Ben Sinnott love is trickling over into other rooms, Shawn.
You got to get the 2024 Sam LaPorta.
Speaking of some risers post-draft, Zamir White, who I never saw go in the top 100 picks in a big board, goes at 90 here. James Conner goes at 89. So, Conner, I think a guy who probably should be slipping a little bit with the specter of Trey Benson there now. Shawn, we're about to pick at 93. Jordan Love goes off the board, so no stack with Jaden Reed, but we have Raheem Mostert, Tony Pollard, Najee Harris, DeAndre Swift, Mike Williams, Jameson Williams, Brock Purdy. Anything jump out here?
Yeah, can you throw the full running backs up there?
Yeah.
This is an interesting spot to take Swift. It's an interesting spot to go ahead and get some Mostert. I'm fine with Javonte Williams, even though, some of the moves that they made are a little bit disconcerting.
Yeah. Let's do DeAndre Swift. I that's who I selected here. He's a guy who I think is a pretty big winner from the draft in maybe a non-obvious way of like, not a ton of, competition there. I guess, you could say Roschon Johnson and Khalil Herbert could still eat into those touches. But when you look at the amount of money he got and how good this offense is going to be, their ability to move the ball, it seems like there's going to be so many opportunities for DeAndre Swift to score points. And it's rare to get a lead back on a good offense at these prices. So I really like that pick there. And I also expect Raheem Mostert to get cheaper in the subsequent weeks as maybe Jalen Wright starts to loom a little larger in drafters' minds. We are back on the clock, though. Javonte does go. Pollard, Benson, Chubb, Eckler, the running backs. You got Mike Williams, Sutton, Dobbs. Quarterbacks, Brock, if we wanted to stack up George Kittle with Brock, or we could kick that down the road. What do you think?
Pete, this is Chase Brown for me, unless I missed him going.
Let's see. No, you did not. So ADP of 123. Where did you have Chase Brown pre-draft? Is this a big push-up post-draft, or has he always been here for you?
It's about 2.5 rounds, I think. Or I had him at maybe in the middle of round 9. I currently have him at 703. And so to get him 904, and I think that he's going to end up going there. I don't think that this price lasts very long at all.
Yes. That's going to be the really interesting thing. There was a lot of enthusiasm for the Zach Moss signing. Like when you saw that, Chase Brown, his ADP has not really moved that much, at least through much of the big board. People then push Zach Moss up, obviously, after that signing. I don't know if people are feeling burned by kind of how things shook out last year, but he's an interesting guy. But I do think through the lens of the draft being very favorable and almost similar to the DeAndre Swift thesis, right? Where it's like you're getting potentially at worst a 50-50 committee back in one of the better offenses in the league with room to run at pick 100. That to me has 0 RB target written all over it.
And I have, Zach Moss as well as an easy value. I mean, he would have been fine to go with for that last pick too.
So here's our team. We're through 9 rounds, started to add a couple of running backs here. Still no quarterbacks, but we do have DeAndre Swift and Chase Brown at running back. We got our 2 tight ends, Sam LaPorta, George Kittle, and our 5 wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, and JSN. This feels like a pretty comfy build for us so far. We still have plenty of late stacking partners available here as well, so I don't feel too behind the 8 ball at quarterback. How are you feeling about this first Best Ball Mania 5 draft?
Yeah, this is absolutely perfect. This is exactly the team and the style that I wanted to draft. We do lose Purdy right there with Kittle, but that's somewhat to be expected and not a huge problem. It looks like maybe that's the 3rd quarterback for that team, which might have been accidental. They went Patrick Mahomes at 61, nice value there, but then Dak at 84 and Brock there. So that's always a wrinkle of everyone staying in their own lane. But if you have the QB hoarder there, that could maybe complicate things. And so we talked about the QB window kind of as we were leading off, how dynamic that can be for us. We have some guys we can still put with the players we've drafted. We have some QBs, I think, who work fine sort of as a one-off situation. We should still get another possible running back option in this next round, which would give us 3. And if we get to that point, then, we can more or less go any direction we want the entire rest of the draft. It's great to be in this room and to have this much flexibility as we try and navigate the double-digit rounds.
Yeah, I would say, what is your thought on this price for Keon Coleman? I just wanted to see what his ADP opened up as the default ADP. Keon Coleman, 138 was where he was in the big board. He comes off the board here at 103. Does that strike you as a fair price for him?
Yeah, I think that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I expect him to end up much higher than that. But for one of these early drafts, I think snagging him there at 103 makes sense. Tyler Lockett comes off the board. We're about to pick here in the 10th round. You mentioned potentially another running back that you might be interested in here. We got Spears, Singletary, Chuba, Blake Corum, Zach Charbonnet. What jumps out to you here?
I'm trying not to force Spears, but he does seem like he'll be the starter for a team that is going to still have to lean on their running backs. Also would be fine with a Charbonnet. You can get Tua if we want to have one of the QBs locked in.
Yeah. What do you think? Do you prefer Tua to Goff or Goff to Tua? Any preference there?
I probably prefer Goff.
Let's do it. Figure we could grab one quarterback here. I guess normally our thing I could have seen where the Jalen Waddle drafter is. Yeah, the Jalen Waddle drafter was at the turn, so maybe I should have gone Tua there. But I'm guessing we were just going to take one quarterback with one of these 2 picks at the 10-11 turn. Do you think?
I think so. Getting, maybe some more upside on a weekly basis than either Tua. One of the things with Tua is just that this season could be very different. I think they did make, sort of a sneaky good receiver selection at the very end of the draft. I think that you could see their touchdowns fall out much more favorably for the QB than the running backs than they did last year. And yet, for all of the explosiveness of Tyreek Hill, we didn't really get the scoring outcomes for Tua last season that certainly we hoped.
Yeah, we do see a little quarterback run here. Justin Herbert, Tua, Tyjae Spears comes off the board. It looks like we quarterbacks still kicking around. Running back, Singletary, Chuba, Blake Corum, Charbonnet, you mentioned. Wide receiver kind of in an ambiguous range here. Tight end we're probably good at. Let's see what shakes out here. I have one guy that I would maybe float, and I'm kind of curious what you think about his price depending on how this goes. We do see Troy Franklin go. Jalen Wright going, wow, at 11.3. I was going to mention Jayden Daniels as being a guy I think is going to be much more expensive than this, but I'm also open to a running back selection or wherever you'd like to go here.
I think we could go with Lloyd. I think we could go. Did Charbonnet just go? But my Jayden Daniels is the foundation piece of my play it like you just have like 2 or 3 main event teams.
Okay, let's do that. I feel like we can if we're gonna put the zero RB guy in a straitjacket, let's put him in a straitjacket and see how he wiggles out of it. I mean, let's grab Jayden Daniels. I feel like this gives us a lot of flexibility here. And I'm not too excited about Derek Carr or Geno, these other stacking candidates. So being able to be potentially done at quarterback, especially with a guy I think is going to get much more expensive, that just feels like a nice click here. Only 3 spots ahead of his closing big board ADP. But I guess that's to be expected if people were assuming he was going to the Commanders. But to me, doesn't Jayden Daniels just feel like a 8th round pick by August?
I don't want to move him up. I've got all kinds of things that I could say, but
then
I'm going to try not to say any of them.
All right. Well, then I'm glad that I was able to pretend like it was my suggestion to draft Jayden Daniels, and then you can just absolve yourself of being like, oh, fine, Peter, you clicked it. It's fine. So our team now, positionally.
I feel like people are going to block us, but if we came out and it was just, we have 100% Daniels for these drafts, that'd be the perfect thing to be able to advertise at the end.
See, this is why you're such a wizard, Shawn, because you would have been fine if I just clicked Zach Charbonnet. Jayden Daniels would have definitely have gone. But then after I do select him, you hint that we could just potentially have 100% Jayden Daniels. I would have maybe liked to have heard that conviction before I entertained, Zach Charbonnet earlier.
100%.
All right. So like I said, we're in good shape positionally here. We're not behind the 8 ball anywhere. Maybe you could argue at wide receiver with only 5 through 11 rounds, but we got a really nice 5 there. So it's Jared Goff and Jayden Daniels. Goff is stacked up with Sam LaPorta, our other elite tight end, George Kittle. We got 2 running backs, DeAndre Swift and Chase Brown, 2 potential lead backs on good offenses. And then wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, and JSN. Nice little room there. I feel like we have a ton of flexibility kind of with running back, wide receivers the rest of the way.
We do. And the only thing that kind of jumps out to me as funny is that I did want to mention at the time, but we had to make some more picks, was that it seemed like going Olave over Neighbors was preemptively to block me from trying to get you to draft Daniel Jones at the end.
Yes. You know what? I'm in on the Daniel Jones stuff. I was taking him as a 3rd QB in some of my big board drafts, and he was very fun and easy to stack with Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Hyatt. So yeah, no, you're not going to have to twist my arm on Daniel Jones. I mean, last year, pretty good hit rate for those late round QBs. You did lose some like the Desmond Ridder stuff, but then you hit on Sam Howell, who gives you spike weeks. Obviously, Brock Purdy was a nice hit. CJ Stroud, although I didn't have enough of him, he was a massive hit. Jordan Love. So some pretty nice late round quarterbacks. But this year, I just don't know if we're going to have quite as many of them. I think we'll have some, but last year was a particularly good year for late round quarterback.
Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. And that was one of the things we were really encouraging people to do. Obviously, again, as you mentioned, would have loved to have more Stroud. I think that this season the names at the end are intriguing. One of the things that I'm looking at doing too is to really be aware of, you want to get the stacks, but not forcing them, not giving away a lot of, again, sort of almost more rankings value even than ADP value, But if you can do a couple of the guys that you like in the window, and then if it makes sense to still come back with that third guy late, then in terms of how your individual weeks can play out, I think that it gives you some additional upside. It blocks you a little bit from, or it helps you in terms of some of the injuries. I know that Pat and I think with Eric, had a team that was in the Best Ball Mania semifinals from his marathon, but that team was down to the one quarterback like in the semifinal week.
Yeah.
If you can prevent that, you definitely want to do it.
Some pretty interesting names on the board here, Shawn. I have it filtered to running backs and wide receivers. The Green Bay guys are interesting. Legette's here. What do you think?
I think we should probably take Lloyd,
Yeah.
but it's interesting that people seem so confident in Bryce Young being a bust that Legette isn't getting, more value. I mean, there are huge risks with him as well, but he's a much more exciting, like, final year player and athlete than Keon Coleman. Again, you're not going to separate that from the situation, but I mean, the Panthers now are going to have a number of players who are fun if you're willing to, invest in Young at all.
Yeah, we get Marshawn Lloyd as our third running back here. Legette comes back. I think I'm not even like a big Legette guy. I just fully expect him to move up 2 to 3 rounds. And I think I'm going to like the prices much more right now. Are you down for him at 148? Pick 148?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I think I do think it will be kind of analogous to what we saw from Jonathon Mingo. And again, I'm separating this from how the market treated him, not how things ended up on the field. But we saw it with both Rashee Rice and Jonathon Mingo, where the market wasn't as enthused about them. We can talk about why that was ridiculous with Rashee Rice. But Mingo did finally kind of inch up as the summer progressed. People kind of started talking themselves into, hey, this depth chart isn't good. What if Bryce Young is good? Could Mingo be a big beneficiary? I would not be shocked to see Xavier Legette going 2-3 rounds higher than this eventually. And it's just, Shawn, if there's like one thing that we've been able to do in fantasy drafts over the years, and I'm not calling Xavier Legette Garrett Wilson, they are very, very different prospects. But if you just take first round wide receivers when they're cheap, like that is a pretty good strategy. Then you want to get off of them when they get too expensive. But getting a first round wide receiver at pick 148 in a wide open offense, like I even me who doesn't like Legette that much is pretty on board here. Yeah.
And I didn't really want to come into the draft and take him, but I have him not just multiple rounds ahead of this, but multiple rounds. And you look at some of the names going in this area. I'm not saying that these are bad picks or that the players won't work, but you think of like Shaheed, Dotson, Wicks, Pearsall. I'm kind of anticipating taking more Quentin Johnston than I should. And yet, all of those guys should be going after Legette.
Yeah. I can't tell if this is a bit. Is Ben Sinnott just screaming up draft boards? Just went 406 in a draft. What is going on, Shawn? I thought this was a single actor, and now I'm hearing just all these stories. I feel like I'm in like a war room. Ben Sinnott's now going in the first round. Did you hear this? Ben Sinnott going in the first round.
I know Connor had 100% yesterday, but at much lower prices than what you're currently describing.
It wasn't Connor drafting in tight end premium as well.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Have to feather that in. I do have to ask you, being one of the biggest Brock Bowers bulls I know, is Michael Mayer undraftable, or is he still like a late round pick?
I think he's probably still a late round pick. It's almost like that Jets situation with the running backs where you hope that something else happens to free up a guy in some way, shape, or form there. Now, obviously, you can run 2 tight end sets, and there are things about that can be very helpful for contemporary NFL offenses. I don't know. You're not going to draw targets though with Brock Bowers as the guy that you're running with, and again, that extends all the way out to Davante Adams.
So we got some really interesting rookie wide receivers coming off the board here. Lynn Polk goes at 156, Roman Wilson 160, Burton at 162. Any of these strike you as maybe already a little too pricey or some good value there?
I was trying to compare that to the rankings, and that is where I have Roman Wilson, even though I don't think his landing spot will help him for all the obvious reasons. It gives you a sense of kind of where we are at receiver and why we wanted to address it early.
We are on the clock here. Who jumps out to you? Gibson struck me as a little bit of a winner from the draft. Same with Mooney to a lesser extent. What jumps out to you here?
Can we get the deeper running backs?
Yes. Deeper running backs: Herbert, Eli Mitchell, Dobbins, Roschon, Keaton, Ray Davis. Should we get Ray Davis now?
Let's go ahead and make that pick.
Yeah, this is, I'm glad we kind of talked that through, because you get this interesting element where everyone's going to play chicken. How cheap can I get Ray Davis? Considering I expect him to be like more in that Charbonnet territory for ADP when things close. Ray Davis at pick 165. I have a feeling this is one we'll look back on and be like, remember when you could get Ray Davis at pick 165?
I have him early in 12, and I think that he'll finish higher than that. So
yeah,
completely agree.
And so that's saying, you're saying you probably have a conservative ranking on him. And even then you're still getting him much cheaper right now. Right.
So, I mean, he was one of the ones too that, when Pat and I were discussing Cook, I liked Cook assuming that he's going to get somebody good in his running back room. And he did. I think both of those guys. I guess I'm not as concerned about the Bills offense and what it does to running backs as maybe some people are, especially after what we saw in the second half of last season.
Yeah. And if not too, like they were fairly concentrated with the two. We're back on the clock here. Anything stand out to you?
Has Shipley been drafted?
I doubt it. No, he has an ADP at 200. You want to grab Shipley here?
Sure.
Let's talk about Shipley. I haven't heard a ton of conversation about him. It definitely piqued my interest when he was drafted there. Also seemed extremely awful for Kenny Gainwell, whom many have, been drafting to be that guy in Philly. Talk to me about the spot for Shipley.
Well, I think that Shipley is an undervalued prospect, and I think that where he went in the reality draft suggested that at least the Eagles thought that too. I mean, he's a high value touch guy. He is an explosive athlete. He's somebody who was good young in college, where so many of the guys coming out in this class are incredibly old. And then you look at Saquon Barkley, and Barkley is basically a small running back in a big back body at this point, which is fine because small backs are fine, but he needs to create explosive plays. When we think about how the Eagles have managed their backs in the recent past, I mean, you don't go and get a Saquon Barkley and then throw him into the same kind of committee that you often did with a DeAndre Swift. And yet at the same time, and is Barkley actually better than DeAndre Swift? I mean, maybe not really at this point. Right. And so I think there's standalone upside and then there's contingent upside for Shipley.
And I think the early pushback would be, and kind of what we were talking about before, do you have to guess on Shipley being the clear RB2 right now? Or is it just so much confidence in his profile as it compares to the other guys that he will be? Because that's the only thing for me where it's like, if I knew Will Shipley was for sure the RB2 there, like, man, this is a very nice price, but there does still seem paths where he's more buried than we would like.
That's very possible. I mean, Shipley is somebody that he was probably the other guy with Dalton Kincaid where I had the most pre-draft, and I'm just like praying that, he goes in the draft. Sometimes those guys, you fall out entirely. And you're like, well, but the Eagles addressed the running back position this offseason as though they felt like both DeAndre Swift and Kenny Gainwell had been busts last season and didn't do what they needed. And I think that's true. When you look at the stats, that's backed up. I think for me, if they picked him there and he's not clearly going to be a guy who even cuts into Saquon Barkley, then I think they should have gone a different direction with that pick.
So we have 3 more picks left in our first Ball Mania 5 draft here. I am, of course, with RotoViz's Shawn Siegele. We're going to be here every Monday, normally kicking off Best Ball Breakfast at 10 a.m., drafts with Shawn at 11 today. A little bit later start, but having a blast drafting this first team. We got Jared Goff and Jayden Daniels at quarterback, DeAndre Swift, Chase Brown, and then a trio of rookies, Marshawn Lloyd, Ray Davis, and Will Shipley at running back. Wide receivers, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, JSN, and Xavier Legette. Tight end, Sam LaPorta and George Kittle. Shawn, all is right in the world. 0 RB team, lots of rookies. What more could you ask for on opening BBM day?
It's been perfect.
Let me start to scroll here too, see if we have some interesting names here. I certainly see a lot of interesting names in the player pool right now. Let's see. We will be picking here at 16-9. We've got some Eli Mitchell comes off the board. How much should Eli Mitchell fall, with these running back signings that the Niners had made, and not knowing if Eli Mitchell is even the RB2 there anymore?
I mean, he's never been able to stay healthy, and now they have additional competition. I don't think that he's draftable, but that could be sort of the rookie derangement system. Rookie derangement getting me.
Yeah. Is Bucky Irving a nice value here?
He's the player I was going to suggest.
Yeah. My guess, and maybe I'm wrong on this, I guess maybe I'm not based on ADP, but I feel like the market will prefer taking Bucky Irving even over Will Shipley, is just kind of my guess is how it'll shake out. But Bucky to me seems like, he is the Ray Davis to the James Cook for, Rachaad White, in that we now have a guy who, based on the draft capital and the depth chart, should pretty clearly be the RB2. And not only are you going to get that contingent upside, but you have maybe a shakier incumbent where some work could just be available right out of the gate.
Yeah, I think when you see him go in that running back run, right, you get the running backs at 120, 125, 127, 128, 129, and he is kind of one of the guys leading it off. Then the NFL said the on-field production or the team that drafted him is much more important than the size, athleticism profile, and that basically, we're betting on him being more Kyren Williams than, undrafted free agent type of player. He's somebody that in the rookie guide, we're going to have him, I think, just ahead of Will Shipley. He was one of the ones looking at drafts yesterday where I didn't understand where he was going at all. And I think he's going to flip into the starting job there around week 9 and 10.
Love it. But you have Shipley ahead of Irving though for redraft still?
Irving just ahead probably. But
yeah.
Looking at where they were going, Irving is going very late.
What do you like here? Rookies available: Devontae Walker, Malik Washington, Jalen Hyatt is available. Keaton Mitchell. What do you think? Yeah,
go back to the receivers 1 sec. So I think, it'd be fun to take Walker here. There is one other even cheaper receiver where, maybe it would make sense. One of the things, Pete, is that
we do grab Walker.
In our enthusiasm for the first draft, we did let Ben Sinnott get through us there.
I know. And I'm laughing too, because I should pull this up real quick because it's very funny. I got this tweet as I was getting all the reports of getting whispered, Sir Ben Sinnott just went in the 4th round, whispering to George Bush there. And then we're laughing about how late he's going, and then not realizing in the one draft he's going late. Apparently he was very affordable. I was thinking, we were, I know you are not beholden to kind of positional limits, even when taking 2 elite tight ends, but I was just thinking we needed to still cover some ground at running back and wide receiver. But I should have mentioned him. I assume you would have liked to have gone him even as a 3rd tight end there.
I think so. That would have been too much fun.
You're right.
And obviously we've got Jayden Daniels there.
Normally I do a good job of the guy we talk about a ton. I keep him on the back burner there, and I forgot. We have a 2-6-7-2.
I just assumed that he had gone because
I know, yeah. Because I don't think he had an ADP. Yeah, he didn't have an ADP, so it was going to be someone who knew to look for him. But yeah, one more pick. We got a 2-6-7-2 here. We're up to 6 running backs. We now have 4 straight rookie running backs to pair with DeAndre Swift and Chase Brown, Marshawn Lloyd, Ray Davis, Will Shipley, Bucky Irving. Feel really good about at least a couple of those guys being big risers. Definitely Ray Davis and probably 1 or 2 others. Same with Legette. I don't know if Devontae Walker will be a huge riser. He seems like someone who will chill out in that range, but I think a good pick nonetheless. And I feel great about our onesies. I think Goff stacked up. Jayden Daniels there is nice. And then, of course, LaPorta and Kittle. I think we're in good shape.
Yeah, they look really good. I was going to ask you, given the flexibility of this build, beyond the players that we might like at the very end, is there a position that you'd like to add to?
I think I feel, and I guess it's like, man, what does a Derek Carr do for this team, even though he would be stacked? I am kind of surprised JJ McCarthy's still available. I fully expect him to be a riser. I think I would lean to wide receiver here. It feels like running back is getting fairly dried out, although there's one interesting name here and a guy that I know you've mentioned to me previously. Let's see what happens here. I have two names, but I think I'm leaning running back or wide receiver.
Yeah, I think that fits where we are with Goff, needing to stay healthy and get through for us. So for me, it would be Luke McCaffrey or Tank Bigsby.
Those were my two, Shawn. We are already in full alignment here. Those were the two I was going to put in the queue. Tank just went though, so I guess it's Luke McCaffrey.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Tank to me is kind of the flip side of what we were talking about with some of these other running backs. Like, do we know if they're the running back too? It feels like Tank Bigsby is going to be the running back two there, even after a disappointing rookie year, and to be able to kind of, get, that level of certainty this early feels good. But Luke McCaffrey, surprising how early he went, third round draft capital. And on top of that, we get the stack with Jayden Daniels. And talk a little bit about Luke McCaffrey. People know the broad strokes, but could he potentially surprise beyond the name brand recognition?
Yeah, I mean, Ben was ecstatic when he went at the end of day 2 there. One of the things that's just shocking is that, he tested as basically the exact same athlete as his brother. Now, he's been an underneath threat in college, a lot of the catch short, run after the catch. Does that fit with Jayden Daniels? I think that is a question, but it's a perfect fit in terms of our team and our build, where we get a day 2 rookie who is ascending and hasn't played necessarily a ton of receiver. You had a player from this group of players who were arguably overdrafted who then broke out at the NFL level, and certainly with guys in front of him who are not target hogs. Even McLaurin, who's a vertical threat, not a target hog. If he ended up with a lot more target volume than people are expecting, I don't think that would surprise me. So you've got a couple of things that work together for you right there.
Yes. Love it. I'm going to recap this final team, and then I'm going to let you get on your way, Shawn, although it has been an absolute blast getting to talk with you and draft the past couple of hours. Here's our first team of many in the books in Best Ball Mania. We got Jared Goff and Jayden Daniels at quarterback, DeAndre Swift, Chase Brown, Marshawn Lloyd, Ray Davis, Will Shipley, and Bucky Irving at running back, Tyreek Hill, Chris Olave, Zay Flowers, Jaden Reed, JSN, Xavier Legette, Devontae Walker, Luke McCaffrey at wide receiver, Sam LaPorta, George Kittle. Shawn, I don't want to go too far as claiming the perfect draft, but elite tight ends, stacked up quarterbacks, one of which with massive upside in Jayden Daniels, a 0 RB build, backloaded with potential rookie risers, a solid wide receiver core with 5 through the first 76 picks, and then some really fun rookie flyers in Legette, Walker, and Luke McCaffrey. This is how we draft, right?
It is. This was the kind of team that we weren't able to build last season because of the specifics of the room. This feels fantastic. It's been so wonderful to do the first BBM specifically with you. You mentioned Bigsby there. One of the things, if there's anything here, it's just that the running backs are very young. Maybe you do end up with some zeros there. He would be somebody as a veteran, even though it's an unsuccessful second-year veteran, you get a little bit of a different profile to fill that out. That would have been an interesting way to go as well. But I do like the mix. And one of the things I do like to have those 2 running backs ahead of the rookies there. The fit for me in terms of what we outlined as the strategy and then how we were able to do it in the draft came together absolutely perfectly.
Love it, Shawn. Well, like I said, we are going to be here every Monday, regularly at 11 a.m. Eastern, different start for today. If you're listening on the RotoViz podcast feed, you guys can come check out the video version on my channel. And conversely, if you want to listen back to this in audio form, keep your eyes peeled on the RotoViz podcast feed. They've got all kinds of great shows over there. They've been cutting up Stealing Bananas episodes. If you just want to dip in to specific shorter versions of conversations between Ben and Shawn, can't recommend it enough. Shawn, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you a week from today.
Awesome. I will see you then at Rookie Guide out this evening.
All right, beautiful. All right, Shawn, we will catch you later. Here is the programming for this stream that is going to continue to roll on. We are going to have my guys from the club hop on here in just a sec. They're in the hopper right now. We are going to do another Best Ball Mania draft naturally. And then after that, Pat Kerrane will be swinging by. He will draft a team with me. And then everyone can head over and watch ADP Chasing at 3:30 on the Ship Chasing channel. You got a full day of programming here, best ball programming. Hope you called in sick, or hope you have a really good doctor's note. I have made it known that I am available to write those doctor's notes if you guys need, but let's go ahead and bring on my guys, Andy and Clay from the club. We normally are drafting on Tuesday afternoons, but we had to bring the guys in for the mega stream club block today. Andy, Clay, how you doing?
I'm good. Excited to be here.
Yeah,
good on my end, man. Happy National Best Ball Mania Day. It's a big deal out here. It's a holiday.
It seemed like we were off to a little rough start there. I'm like, oh man, if we don't get drafts today, the people are going to come out with the pitchforks. But thank God the lobby is up here. But I'm going to hop us in a draft. You guys are more than welcome to draft with me, or if you are trying to sneak in one. Yeah, I have to register on my phone again.
Let me know when you press enter, and I'll press enter.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. I keep getting the location thing on my desktop, even after restarting.
I got stuck in location service hell for months and months and months. And funny enough, it hasn't been happening as much recently, but I was doing the same thing with dailies, just having to enter from my phone first.
I'm in, Andy.
All right. I think
Are these snap filling already?
Yeah, 2 spots left. Yep. Oh, yeah. We're like, look at this. I'll pull up this board here. So there's already 1,849 entrants. So what's my math on that? Over 150 drafts within the first hour. So yeah, we are off to the races here. So all right, I've got the 110. Andy has the 16. So Clay, you and I can draft together here. Did either of you guys sneak in a draft before this, or is this your first one?
No, it's my first one. I watched your guys' first stream on this, but it's my first one.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Was getting some good insights from Shawn on the last stream. A lot of his takes, but yeah, we're firing from the hip a little bit on this one, which I'm excited about.
Yeah,
I really liked what he had to say about, like depending on your risk tolerance, basically treating like larger chunks of your drafts as if they're single entries into higher stakes contest. Because I think I got a little lost in the sauce last year trying to manage exposures and all this stuff, and like I'm pretty happy to play a pretty risky game here and pick the players that I like and lean into it. And so I think I was kind of already planning on doing that, and so it felt affirming to hear him say the same thing.
It's really just a weird psychological trick with how long the slate lasts, right? Where if anyone went into a Sunday of playing salary cap DFS and they're like, I'm lock buttoning Joe Burrow to JaMarr Chase stacks, like no one would think that was weird. They're like, I love this spot. I just want to have a clean sweat. No one would bat an eye. But if you said, I'm going to do that in Best Ball Mania, you start to get all scared. You're like, oh, what if Joe Burrow, breaks his leg, and then my entire season of sweating is down the drain. So I understand that element, but I do think it makes sense to think about it through that lens. I think the thing I always say is just being super intentional about those big positions you are making. Because if it's just because you have one guy slightly ranked higher than another who's in a similar tier, then it's like, is that really the stand you want to make? I did think the LaPorta one was a good example where you're like, no, this guy's so mispriced. I'm just going to hammer it and hammer it and hammer it. But I think those spots are maybe few and far between where you can be that much more confident than the market. But when it does pop up, yeah, push all your chips in.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting too, him saying that Jayden Daniels was one of those guys for him. I don't know enough about college, and I don't follow it enough to have strong feelings there, but I'll be curious to see how that plays out.
Clay, I'm on the clock.
Co-sign.
I'm a Garrett Wilson guy over
Yeah.
Puka. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. That would have been my pick too.
I think Wilson was a low key winner. I think like if Brock went there, someone who can earn targets at that kind of clip that he's proven to do, that might have hurt the volume thesis just a smidge. But with his talent, Rodgers back, I mean, Garrett Wilson, I think if someone said, I want to put him in these top 4 or 5 back or wide receiver tier, like I wouldn't really bat an eye at that.
No, I think it's reasonable to feel like last year was somewhat of a floor case for him too. And, we were drafting him at this ADP last year, roughly. So I'm wheels up on Garrett Wilson. What do you think here? Like Achane?
No, I think he's going to fall a little bit. I would be fine with JT, Ayuk, Samuel. Anything jump out to you there?
Let's go Ayuk. I think he's fun regardless of what happens with him. A lot of upside.
Yeah, I feel like you could, this is where he was going in the big board. Maybe that was baking in the fact that there was supposed to be a trade. It still feels like there will be. Like when the team comes out, drafts Ricky Pearsall in round 1, then they go and draft Jacob Cowing, who, again, he is a really sneaky prospect, like uber productive at Arizona. He's older, he's smaller, etc. But when the Niners take him, it feels to me like we're loading up for moving one of these guys. If they move Debo, if they move Ayuk, we're gonna like this price a lot.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong signal that they're not both going to be on this team at the start of the season, or it'd be very surprising at this standpoint. So I'm willing to bet on Ayuk continuing to improve, and Debo. I mean, fun player still, but I like him. I mean, great in best ball, but I like Ayuk there. I think it's a good pick.
Andy, the testosterone is flowing through you. Did you get your pre-workout, your creatine today? Bijan Robinson, Barkley?
I did. Well, so one of the other things that I was going to ask you about during this, and that I've been thinking about is, well, one, I really want to spend less actual hours drafting teams this summer.
Yeah,
that is one of the key things that I'm thinking about. And so alongside that, I really want to think about different kind of structural things that I'm doing in different times of the year. Like you talked about in one of your more recent videos about different key events at different points in time during the summer and how you can use that to your advantage. And I feel like I tend to really go pretty heavy 0 RB. And I think this early on, I don't have enough knowledge of the backup guys and all that to make super educated decisions there. And so I end up just copying people who spend a lot more time thinking about this than I do's ranks at that point, and end up way too heavily allocated to some backup running back who ends up being totally dead. And so I think for the first month or so, I'm probably going to lean in a little bit heavier into the primary running backs and just kind of recognize my strengths and weaknesses there and fire away on rookie wide receivers later in the draft and go more hero RB than I normally am comfortable with.
I think that's a really good point with just drafting in general, right? We all know that there's so many different ways to approach a draft. I've always said I could start my draft autoed the first 4 or 5 picks and just make it work by drafting smart structurally. But that doesn't mean that you can't play to your strengths. And if hey, that can either be playing to your strengths or blind spots, or it could be I've reverse engineered my draft. I know I love these 5 wide receivers at the end. I want to just get my running backs early because I have these picks in my back pocket. I think having that awareness and also letting the time of the year dictate it. If you were going to do that, now is the time to really lean into that, right? Because as I was talking through with Shawn, some of those rookies we took, I'm excited about them, but there's a chance Will Shipley isn't the RB2 in Philly, and then that pick doesn't feel as good. So I think if there's ever a time to lean into that, it's right now where we don't have that much information about the RB2s on these squads.
Yeah, that's kind of where my head is at, and thinking I feel so much more comfortable taking wide receivers in those 100 to 150 pick range than I do running backs, and just saying I know my strengths and weaknesses there, and I'll lean into that.
All right, Clay. Andy took LaPorta. That was Shawn and I's 3rd round pick. We're about to pick at 310. We've started Garrett Wilson and Brandon Ayuk. Any names jumping out to you here?
Yeah, for me, I'd be down to take Joshy or Jalen here and lock up a strong, or I guess maybe not as much now. Tank Dell is also who stands out to me. I just think he's so fun. I know there's more competition, but it just, I'm buying into a little bit. I'm trying to be better and more measured about
He
my
did get
bias
shot on
takes and stuff.
Saturday.
Yes, but he's
Sunday.
okay, thankfully.
Yeah.
And CJ Stroud's been gassing him up this offseason. I mean, he's the one receiver name he keeps throwing out there is like his guy. So I think it's like either go Hurts or Tank.
Let's do Hurts. Let's push us. Not that I'm already getting bored with my builds after what draft, but we're streaming here. Let's see what a different type of draft looks like. Let's get Jalen Hurts here, and see what we can do there.
Okay.
Yeah, Tank Dell. Obviously, that was the news. He was at a nightclub, a bystander, a 16-year-old. It sounds like. Sounds like it was a minor wound, and he's going to be fully okay. But clearly, a very scary situation there. I love Tank Dell. I do think you're going to be able to routinely get him in the 4th round. That's kind of what was happening in the big board as well. Once that Diggs trade happened, so. I know I'm going to be massively heavy on Tank Dell, but I'm probably going to try to make most of that exposure come from the 4th round.
I feel you on that. It's just like some of those names are just like, Metcalf, Pittman. I don't know. It's just hard for me to take them over a guy like, I mean, maybe Pittman's better case scenario because I like Anthony Richardson more this year. Yeah. What are you thinking here? Back on the clock.
Let me see here. I will say, I'm trying to this is probably enough of a fall for Josh Jacobs at this point. I'm fine with Kupp as well. What do you think?
Oh, we can go Jacobs if you like that. I'm pretty indifferent, honestly, right now.
I think what's crazy is I do think Jacobs definitely should fall like a smidge, but it wasn't, I don't think a ton has changed, right? They were never going to roll into the season with just AJ Dillon behind him. I don't think that should have been expected. So I do think there should be a slight discount, a 10-pick discount. I guess my thesis is I don't envision Josh Jacobs slipping to the 4th a ton in drafts. I could be off on that though. If it's happening here, looks like we have quite the piss boy room outside of Andy, who's fighting the good fight. But I don't know. I guess I'm just shrugging my shoulders and I don't mind Jacobs at 39 there.
Yeah, I was joking already about we're trying to be more measured in my bias this year. Josh Jacobs long-term been a player of mine who I've not been keen on drafting or playing or rostering, but it's a new situation. And, with Aaron gone to the Vikings, there's room for somebody to take over. I'm a little concerned that he's getting up there in age. He's had minimal showcases of really having the spryness that we look for, good stretches. He had the good season 2 years ago, but then kind of everything else has been pretty meh.
Billy, circling back on that comment by Andy about not doing 0 RB, everyone is hunting for their edge, but eliminating what you do poorly is important too, which is a really good point. Because the worst thing you want to do is draft watered down versions of other people's strategy. One really good example of that is 0 RB. A lot of times people mess up 0 RB because they don't have the stomach for it, and they start drafting wide receivers, they pull out, and they don't get enough wide receiver firepower to make 0 RB work. Which is the whole point of doing it in the first place. So kind of knowing your strengths and making sure you have the stomach to lean into that, I think makes a ton of sense. Thank you to Bindles here as well. Nez earlier given some YouTube memberships away. Bindles given 5 out here. Like I mentioned earlier, highly recommend the Best Ball After Dark with Numi from Saturday. The week previous, it was with the defending Best Ball Mania champ, Fareed Shaheed. Someone in the chat said he's driving to Barstow right now to draft teams. I don't know if that was a callback to our interview or if he actually announced somewhere that he's doing that, but it would be fun to stumble across the champ in one of these drafts here today. Andy, you ended up going Zay Flowers, another guy that Shawn and I took, who seems like a really nice pick in that 4th round.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about him. They got a little bit more offensive firepower, but nothing insane, not to where I'm worried about his target share at all. I think it's probably better for him to actually have some good wide receivers. I think I'm pretty excited about his season. I think he'll be really good. Not that that's a hot take, but
one thing I've been thinking about the Ravens just in general is how good their defense was last year, similar to the Chiefs. And it's like, you think about, was it 2 years ago? It was the year Lamar got injured at the end of the season, and it was like Huntley and whoever. And that was when Mark Andrews. Yeah. And Mark Andrews went nuts. And it wasn't necessarily because like Mark Andrews had elevated to a different level of God tier tight end. He's always been good. It was that their secondary was awful and they were behind every single game, and the pass volume just absolutely spiked. And it's like, if their defense regresses just a little bit, you could start to see even more robust target shares, more scoring, more passing for these pieces. So yeah, the Zay, the Mark Andrews ADPs, even Lamar, I think is a pretty fun offense to buy back into.
On the tight end front, like I do find it interesting, like Trey McBride going after Travis Kelce right now, especially in the context of how high Marvin Harrison Jr. is going. Because I assume like if you're making the case that like McBride should be going that far after LaPorta, it's more of an offense / like QB target share conversation. Does that feel a little bit off to you, like from, or you think that's an accurate way you should be going? I feel like relative to like, if you have a Monra going, first 8 picks or so, and how high LaPorta is going, what's the real distinction if we're saying Marvin Harrison Jr.? Either Marvin Harrison Jr. is too high of ADP or McBride's too low, I feel like.
Yeah.
Sorry,
let's make this pick. First. I would say here, I like Reed, or I would be fine to go tight end like Pitts. I don't know if we're going to get him coming back.
Let's go Reed. We have Green Bay offense.
That's true. Good call.
We'll buy into that.
So we've started Jalen Hurts. We got Josh Jacobs and Jaden Reed, and then Garrett Wilson and Brandon Ayuk here.
Wait, Roman at pick 38? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
in general, underdog drafts can often look like dynasty drafts, but even for me, yes, Rome at 38 is very pricey, especially because he should be moving the other direction from his like pre-draft ADP. I think there were.
How are you feeling about your Xavier Worthy shares in the big board? I feel like that your thesis there totally played out exactly as you laid out the whole time.
Yeah, feeling very good about that. Like I targeted him heavily. I said in the video, I did the dream landing spot video, and I put him to the Chiefs, and I said if he lands there, he'll be a 5th or 6th round pick. So hearing that he's going in the 5th and 6th round today, immediately after that, yeah, feel very good about that. And you saw it like. It wasn't that I was fully out on AD Mitchell. They were going around each other, but you saw the extremes of AD Mitchell going to a lesser landing spot. What do you think here, Clay? We're on the clock. I don't really love any of these wide receivers.
Kenneth,
I don't mind.
I don't mind.
Kenneth?
KW. Yeah,
I'm good with him. I think this is still a fair price for Brian Thomas as well. But I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the other thing about the Worthy stuff was I was trying to like really think through, and it couples with the Rome call, right? Where it's like, how many of these guys could realistically have a massive windfall as far as how much they could move up? And even seeing guys like Ladd and Keon Coleman who are going to make jumps, there was just no one who I thought could make as big of a jump as Xavier Worthy, in one that would happen just so instantaneously. Like I think the Keon Coleman, the Ladd rises are going to be, they're going to happen, but it's going to be incremental, where the Xavier one was just such an obvious, like the second he's there, like it's game over. People are moving up. So Andy, you do get Brian Thomas at 67, which to me
I feel pretty
is
good about
kind
that.
of, he shouldn't be going later than he was in the big board. I mean, that's a very nice price, I think.
Yeah, and I'm pretty happy too. Like I like where Trevor Lawrence is going. Like comparatively to last season, he's what, like 40 spots, 50 spots behind where he was going last season.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's changed. I hadn't done a big board in a bit. But he's someone that feels I'm super happy to take him and stack a couple Jacksonville guys. I think they had a weird end of the season last year. I think people probably have a little bit more of a negative taste in their mouth on that team than they should. And it's not like they're division has gotten insanely better. I think they'll still be competing for the title in their division and playing competitive games.
Yeah. Yeah, we do see Xavier Worthy come off the board 2 picks after Brian Thomas at pick 69. I've heard it seems like he's just been dancing around in the 5th and 6th round. I will say, I don't know. I will certainly be a buyer at Xavier in the 6th and 7th. And I'm guessing I'll probably end up being like even with the market on him. I think he's ultimately kind of capped in that I don't think he's going to jump the elite tight ends. I don't think he's going to push like super high up there to where I don't know if you have to force him in the 5th. Like, I feel like you'll be able to draft him in the 5th for most of the summer if you want. So I would be trying to get him in the 6th right now and just kind of enjoy what will end up being like a 1-round discount. But I guess that's my only take on it now is I don't think you have to force it in the 5th.
I have a question about the like the rookies jumping up. I'm curious what your thoughts are. I was thinking about this a little bit and how I feel like there was a conversation this year prior to the draft very more seriously about like who are the players who are going to get serious like role upgrades and draft those guys because then they're going to jump so much. And like I almost wonder if there's going to be like a bit of an overcorrection for a guy like Worthy where he might end up like actually dropping back a little bit from this initial like first week's drafts because like maybe Rashee Rice doesn't get suspended. Maybe he's suspended 1 game and all of a sudden like he's going in the 80s because everyone was just like so excited about his landing spot and stuff that they overreacted. And so that's something that I was thinking about where I'm like, I'm pretty comfortable to not draft him yet for the first week and kind of let the dust settle a little bit and see where people are.
I think that's a good point. Like we have seen the guys, I think a comparable, granted at a different position, would be what happened to Anthony Richardson last year, right? Like people were so excited coming off the combine, most athletic quarterback ever, good spot, Shane Steichen. He like launched into like the 6th and 7th round. And then people kind of chilled out a little bit. And it was like, all right, he's still a project. He's still struggling making some of these throws. And then you would get him in the summer, like 2 to 3 rounds later, and he would slip past ADP. I could see that happening with Worthy, where it's like, we're all excited. And then you get the training camp stuff. He's still raw. He's still
He's
project.
taking snaps behind someone who you didn't expect him to be or something.
Exactly. So I think him being a boomerang candidate is very smart, and then goes back to why I don't think you should force it in the 5th. Like try to get the best prices you can. Cause I don't think he'll ever be a big faller like a guy on Kansas City never is going to be. But all right. What do you think here, Clay? Anyone stand out at running back, wide receiver, or tight end?
I'll be down with Brock. He fell slightly. I was going to say Ramondre, but he just got picked before us. Or we keep building out Green Bay with Watson and then maybe consider Love as a second QB and be done.
Yeah, I didn't have a ton of time to think that one through. This is kind of a gross spot there. I don't love the Watson price, but because we already have Reed and because we're building out this bet on Green Bay, I don't mind it. I think probably Bowers is tough for me too, because I think Bowers feels expensive. Get cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah. It feels expensive. I'm with you.
I mean, I loaded up the leg up rankings for myself and they have him real low. They have him down in like the hundreds now. So that's one of the things I'm going to look at for my video this week on the Deposit Kingdom. Looking at some of these by feel, who I think are going to be the risers, fallers, but also comparing it to the rankings, because the rankings will help drive which of these guys are slowly getting pushed down. So I'll have that video out later this week, risers and fallers to look out for. But yeah, do you know one guy who I think's a riser, Clay?
Well, Pete, real quick, we're on the clock. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, we should probably just lock up
Love. I was like, do you want to get really spicy and try to push him since we have kind of Green Bay cornered? Or, I mean, if we go, I think Love is ideal on this roster, and then we're just done at 2 QBs. Or we get a little spicy with it and go like Njoku for some upside at tight end. Yeah.
Let's do Love.
Yeah.
I don't think you were going to get him if he. I don't think you.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I was like trying to feel. I was like, can we like, man? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the right
pick.
pick.
A little tough.
It's the right pick.
Yeah, we've made such a big bet on Green Bay.
But
yeah, we can see what comes back to us. The Brock stuff is tough because I don't even think that this is like that. It's an absurd pick. at 83 or anything, just considering his talent. I mean, this is a guy who came in as a rookie at Alabama and just immediately was the alpha. And they just are a producer of NFL caliber wide receivers talent. Like, he's played alongside so many NFL stuff and just immediately dominated targets. So I'm not too worried about him long-term, specifically what it means for the fantasy playoffs. Like, Brock could just be a total Sam LaPorta level monster down the stretch, and you'd be fine paying pick 83 for that. The issue is he is going to get pushed down. And so it's just like, just chill out for a month and then start to pack your Brock Bowers bags, I think is how I want to approach it.
I mean, it's Gardner, right? Like, that's QB1.
Yeah. I mean, what did they? Who else?
Did they quarterback?
No. Yeah. I mean, they gave so much money to Gardner. I think they would have been a team who would have tried to be in the Penix sweepstakes. I think I saw that report. And then they're like, well, we don't like him that much, Atlanta.
LOL.
I think Gardner's fine, right? Like, we saw him. He kept that Colts offense afloat. He got the ball to Pittman, got it to Josh Downs. You know, you're not going to have like systemic risk in the way you do with like a Zach Wilson. Like, it's going to be fine. Yeah.
I just feel like he's fragile. Like low key fragile. And we kind of have seen his ceiling as well. So it's like those two factors where I'm not really bullish on like the Raiders offense. Like, I honestly, like, unless I get a big discount, I will be happy to have like 0 Davante Adams this year. I'll take him if he slips, but I don't know. Couple guys I want to have some hard fades on.
This is a really good point by Ben on why you're not going to be able to push Jordan Love because of all the backdoor stacking options. So it's like, there are certain quarterbacks people don't want to take because it's like, who am I stacking them with? But you take Love, you got both tight ends, you got Dontavian Wicks. Like, you can get super spicy with Bo Melton late if you want. Like, there's enough you can do there that someone's always going to be into him. The guy I was going to float, Clay, if we didn't go Love, that I think is a winner from the draft is Jake Ferguson.
Okay.
He goes at 96. I thought the Cowboys were going to be in a market for a round 1 or round 2 wide receiver. They don't go that direction. I mean, Brandon Cooks is a year older. Ferguson has been good. And I mean, he's shown massive upside. We saw it in the playoffs. The dude went absolutely nuclear and 0 addition of target competition for him. They barely invested in the run game as if they're just going to chuck the ball a bunch again. Like, Ferguson seems like a great buy at 96.
Yeah, I like that too. I think there's some, I mean, tight end's fascinating to me. I really like what Andy said back when we were looking at some big board drafts where he was talking about roster construction and such, and trying to be a little bit more high upside tight ends and limited is like I think a good strategy, rather than last year I was pretty into like late round tight end, which I think it's just depending on roster construction, right? But definitely not gonna be as bullish on tight end 2s stepping into the tight end role as we had fun with last year. So we'll be tightening up there. But the Hurts pick is, a little bit funny in the context of this team. We're still not going to rust off, but I think we can still make it work for us. And, we won't obviously take a third quarterback.
Yeah, I think we should probably lock up Goddard because
I agree. Yeah, we need a stack.
We need a tight end. We don't have any stacks. I think we need to lock that up here.
And there's not a lot of competition for him right now with the Eagles roster on tight end, as far as I'm aware.
No. Yeah. So our team, we got Jalen Hurts, Jordan Love. We got Hurts stacked up with Dallas Goedert. We got Love with Jacobs, Reed, and Watson. We also have Kenneth Walker, Garrett Wilson, and Brandon Ayuk there. That feels pretty good. And now I think this will be a nice spot to get a running back, most likely.
Yeah, I think so.
Guys, the Ducks will get played with Kerrane here in the next draft. I think Jonathon Brooks is a great pick here, Clay.
Cool. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And so, like, my thought is, 1, he's going to be a riser. 2, he pairs really well. I mean, I can make the case for him on 0 RB teams and on, early running back teams, but it's like, if you're going to make another premium pick on a running back, like, you want it to be someone who can get in the lineup over Jacobs and Kenneth Walker under the reality that those guys are paying off their draft costs. And a guy like Jonathon Brooks taking over that backfield down the stretch, that's realistically a guy who could hit our flex if the entire thesis of this lineup is playing out. And someone in the chat was screaming for us to get Jonathon Brooks. There we go. We got him.
Shout out to Battle Bros.
Let's see, Andy, what have you done?
Yeah, I've just locked in the Detroit stack. So I took Jameson Williams, and I think it's also pretty clear. I'm trying to build out a little bit of a later Seattle thing. I just don't buy the Sam Howell is going to compete with Geno Smith for the quarterback thing. So that's something I'm going to be taking a bit of a bet on this offseason, I think, is that Geno Smith is the quarterback.
Yeah.
But one thing that I've been thinking about as well, and I was just looking at rankings and stuff to gut check my thoughts, is I feel disgusting saying it, but I think Bo Nix is like a little undervalued. Where like, I mean, obviously right now he doesn't have an ADP, but also like he's ranked on leg up behind Justin Fields and like other guys where he's going to be playing. Like everything seems to indicate that he is going to be playing football this year for the Denver Broncos. And like literally other than Javonte Williams, and his first pass catcher is at pick 100 off the board. Like you can stack all of their pass catchers and him for all late round picks. He's someone who I think, like, as you guys were talking through that, I was kind of building out a thesis in my head for why I should be drafting some Bo Nix this year.
Yes. I agree completely. I don't think the market is ever going to get super excited about Bo Nix and that he's going to get like crazy steamed up. I was honestly shocked in our previous draft that JJ McCarthy was hanging around as long as he did. I'm kind of working under the assumption that within a month or so, the Justin Jefferson drafter, the Jordan Addison drafter, the TJ Hawkinson drafter are going to be like, yeah, I'll grab JJ McCarthy round 13, round 14, like where Kirk Cousins is going, where Aaron Rodgers is going. Like I fully expect him to end up there. And when that happens, I think Bo Nix becomes the perfect arbitrage play on JJ McCarthy, where you just don't have quite as sexy as stacking, but the profile is really similar of what those guys can do. And then you get really fun stacking options. You know, Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims are pretty fun stacking options with him. And then also Bo Nix checks down to the running backs a lot. So you could feather in a Javonte Williams, a Jaleel McLaughlin there as well.
Yeah, I feel like my biggest concern with him, just like not thinking about it that much outside of his own personal ability or whatever, is just that the defenses in his division are like pretty good. And so, you know, it's going to be like 6 games where, you know, I feel like he's going to get his ass kicked by the AFC North. And so that would kind of be like a bigger concern for me.
Yeah. I mean, the McCarthy stuff's fun too. Also, you get the dome games. There is kind of like the how big of a donkey is Sean Payton vibes right now too, where it's like, I think we can give him a pass for last year because he basically came in, made it known right away, I don't like Russell Wilson. He has the shortest leash of all time. That proved to be entirely correct. He also then did really weird stuff where it's like, okay, you want your guys. We know you're a my guy kind of guy. Well, Marvin Mims was your guy and you couldn't even get him on the field. Maybe that speaks to Marvin Mims. But at some point, it's like, how many excuses does Sean Payton get before he is on the hook for some of this performance? But now you have your quarterback. Now you handpicked another wide receiver. Like this offense is about as shaped in your form as you can ask for. Now it's time to put up or shut up, Sean Payton, because the Broncos gave up significant draft capital and money to acquire you. And it's time for you to make this offense work.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. That's one of the teams that I think is like most interesting to me going into this year, where it just like feels like there's a lot riding on this season for different parts of the organization. And so I'm curious to see how it all plays out. And I feel like that's one where you could see significant changes in ADP over the course of the season, just because there's so much kind of like unknown, not necessarily about what players are going to be there, but just like about the team in general.
Clay, I do think we could just go like Omega stack with Wicks.
Yeah, I was about to pitch that. Let's do it. Like, why not?
because to me, this is a pretty flat tier at running back, and we're going to have some options.
Agreed.
We're going to have a lot of rookie wide receivers coming still that we like. We're done at quarterback.
Yeah.
Tight end. I
Tight
don't
end we
think
can
we need
wait
to
on
force
too.
Solch.
No, I like the 140s and tight end as well. So we got some. Let's do it. It's a good offense to bet on if like we have a trajectory coming off of last season. So feels like one of those you can kind of get away with mega stacking.
Yep. I think we can chill still here at tight end. Running back, probably fine for right now. Should probably grab another wide receiver. Legette comes off the board. We could do Pearsall, try to play the double whammy with the Ayuk stuff.
Okay. Yeah. I'm down with that. Let's do it.
I do feel like Pearsall is definitely a trap pick if there isn't a trade, but it's like we already so aggressively drafted Ayuk that we're almost playing like Debo gets gets traded and these two become very relevant.
Yeah. And then we're hoping for Andy, is a week 17 Galaxy Brain still division?
I think that's the easiest version of the Galaxy Brain for sure. And it's not even necessarily Galaxy Brain, it's just higher odds. Like it's just when with there being less information, most people are not going to be drafting thinking about it at all. And you can put yourself in a position where you're saying there's a higher likelihood of these things happening than not. And so I'm gonna try to account for that. I don't think you not gonna make or break any of your drafts probably, but I think it's worth at least contemplating.
Yep. Andy in the previous round took Zach Charbonnet, a guy I know Shawn and I were potentially going to take. He just continues to be one of the better picks. Like it's just not a sexy click. Like there hasn't been much that changed, but the fact that we got the information on Zach Charbonnet last year of like, hey, this is what happens when Kenneth Walker is out. Guess what? He gets every touch. He's not like the best running back in the world, but he's going to get you 16 to 17 points, be a premier handcuff, and probably earn a little bit more standalone value this year as well. And he's cheaper than he was as a rookie. And we actually have the information of what happens with that contingent upside. And some of these backs, you get that information. It's like they're in a 3-way timeshare and it's not that attractive. Whereas we know Zach Charbonnet gets all that work like he did against the Cowboys in the Niners last year. So I like that Sharps pick. I think I'm going to have
We've seen the chat saying that Travis Kelce just signed a 2-year extension.
I did. Yeah.
RIP Noah.
I feel like it doesn't change that much. Like I'm not sure it really moves anything, but
yeah.
No, that's a T Swift extension. Like they just they're making so much damn money from her showing up to these games. They're just like 2 years, fuck it, name your price. Like we'll bring you on for marketing purposes.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't.
What do you think about the Zeke signing?
Disgusting.
Yeah. It's he's a thing. He's definitely a thing.
You know what? It fits the Cowboys. Like build your own bed.
He was good. He was good for the Patriots last year. It was an interesting thing where he was getting literally every single touch for the Patriots, which certainly helps when you're inefficient. But I'll be curious to see. He's going to get touches, but it's like, can he be fantasy relevant in a timeshare? You know, like they're going to give Rico touches. They're going to give Deuce Vaughn some gadgety stuff. Like, but yeah, he's on the draft menu. As much as it pains me to say that.
And boy,
yeah, he's someone where I will definitely be drafting him less than whatever the ranks are that I'm using would recommend it. I don't think I can bring myself to do it, but I get it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, have we got any reports on how Ramondre is doing coming off the injury? I feel he's been
I haven't heard anything but like the team kind of is telling us without telling us by not drafting a running back that they feel pretty good about him and Antonio Gibson. So
yeah,
that's
another
another
just
team.
Go ahead,
go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, bro.
That's another team. Same thing with the Broncos, where it's just like you can stack the entire team for free. Yeah. Last year it was like you couldn't stack with Ramondre because he was going pretty high. You had to kind of make a bit more of a commitment there. But that's one where I'm going to see how first couple drafts fall and how I'm feeling, because it's not like I'm over the moon excited about their offense, but it can't be worse than last year. It's got to get somewhat better.
Man, what a time. What my guy Willis, Deposit Kingdom royalty, also the world's biggest Zeke fan. I mean, he's been playing the Zeke bit out for years. And the fact that he continues to be able to milk it with Zeke never going away, always in our lives. Congratulations, Willis. You hitched your personal brand to the perfect cockroach of an NFL player. Well done. Also, this comment from Mike is cracking me up here. Can you imagine Zeke jumping into the red bucket on Thanksgiving? Would be perfect marketing. Wonder if they thought of that in the signing. I'm sure that's what Jerry Jones was thinking. He goes, I don't need to draft a single running back. Who needs Jonathon Brooks? Who needs any of these guys when I can have Zeke jumping into the red Salvation Army bucket? God damn it.
So good.
All right, Andy, you just took Deshaun Watson and Jerry.
Yeah, I'm ready to be hurt again.
Jeez. Yeah, clearly. Two
players who totally burned me last year. And now I get
this theory by Aaron that the Broncos are going to be on Hard Knocks, and so they're all going to rise up at ADP. Oh, fuck. I wanted Musgrave. Damn it. That would have been.
Oh, for the mega?
Yeah. For the mega.
Do you want, should we just do it? I want me to do the Ray Davis thing again. I mean, dude's destined for much earlier than this.
I mean, lead me. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Ray Davis, I think we took him at 153 in the draft before, get him at 154 here. I guess you can make an argument for seeing how cheeky you can get with it, pushing it. But yeah, I don't mind Ray Davis. Normally, Marshawn Lloyd, I would have said, let's just take Lloyd there, but we've already made our bet on Josh Jacobs. So.
Yeah, we're good. We're only handcuffing in specific situations. We're continuing to evolve the theory, but
yes,
not Green Bay with Josh Jacobs at that high of a pick. It's no go.
Yeah, we can always we got some late tight ends though that we can continue to explore here. I'm probably going to float another rookie wide receiver for us at this next pick, Clay.
Talk to me.
Let's see what we do here.
We'll let Steel Cat. I think Steel Cat's listening to the stream.
Yeah. Ray Davis over Growendo is a mistake. I love when playoff Rondo drops in here. Let's see. I was going to suggest who Jared is suggesting, Jayden Polk here.
Do it. Yeah.
Another guy where maybe the market never gets too excited about him because it's New England. But I think with that draft capital and that depth chart, I want to be taking stabs on him in this range. And we're pretty loaded at wide receiver early. I feel like he's the perfect kind of guy to feather in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm nervous about New England overall, which is why I think Ramondre is a pretty good pick. You know, I didn't love the reaction from the GM after they drafted Drake May, but you know, maybe they're just trying to lean hard into this whole like let's let him sit for a year thing or not rush him in year one. But it's hard to imagine him not starting. Yeah, he's too good not to start, in my opinion. Because I mean, the weapons are just disgusting. I mean, it's just a terrible situation. I wish he went to Minnesota, but is what it is. So I'm scared of the Patriots, but you know that's part of why you draft him, for the uncertainty.
We Zeke Elliott watch didn't last much longer. He went at 161 there.
I was actually going to take him if he came to me, which I wouldn't feel good about it, but I was gonna.
You had to. We do see a bunch of these rookies coming off the board. Roman Wilson went at pick 152. Now we have Jermaine Burton come off the board at 164. Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see where these guys settle, because it was such a deep wide receiver class that I think it might, be the case throughout the summer. Obviously some of these guys are going to get pushed up, but that there's almost going to be like a rookie wide receiver that you like in most of the late rounds. Like you're always going to be able to take that detour for one. Obviously their projections are going to take a hit the deeper you go, depending on your flavor here. Although maybe I'm wrong, because then Javon Baker comes off the board in the same round. So maybe they all end up just getting pushed up. But right now, I'd like to envision some of these guys hanging around for us throughout the summer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to see who, like, considering such a deep class, like who's this year's Puka, for example. I know you guys were talking a little bit about that with Shawn on the last stream, but there's going to be these players that just like no one is even highly considering at the moment that are going to be league winners. So take your stabs.
Yeah. It's really fascinating because you're going to get guys like like you'll get a situation where Jermaine Burton will probably get drafted in 100% of contests, and then a guy like Jalen McMillan will not. Both, the similar draft capital, but because for some reason, it'll feel like Jalen McMillan is more blocked than Jermaine Burton is, even though they're wide receiver threes with similar draft capital. Obviously, there's a difference between Burrow and Baker, but I do think that will ultimately be an exploitable thing where the market will be way too overconfident that Jermaine Burton is that much better of a pick than Jalen McMillan. Because I think as prospects, they both offer a lot that is exciting and both will have contingent upside. But if you're just saying like which one is going to work their way onto the field in 3 wide receiver sets and like have a role, like I don't know if that, ADP gap I envision happening is actually reflective of the true odds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah. This is probably driving a lot of the Burton enthusiasm is potential trade stuff. But man, like at this point, when you hear how the team talked about the Higgins stuff, they seem perfectly content to just play the year out on the franchise tag. They seem like they would even maybe potentially tag him another time next year and just basically keep paying this hefty tax and keep this window open. I feel like an Ayuk Debo, or Niners trade is far more likely than a T Higgins trade at this point.
Yeah. So that's the last I was hearing too.
Yeah.
Regarding
I also feel like the receivers on Tampa are definitely, I don't know how old they both are, but they're definitely way older than Chase and Higgins are. Like, I think there's a much more reasonable like story you can tell yourself of those players getting older and regressing and like there being more target share available for McMillan just because he's a younger, faster, better player on that team comparatively. Whereas like Chase and Higgins are both very much so in their prime and you're competing for some more like against significantly younger players.
All right, Clay.
I like kind of like Keaton Mitchell.
Keaton, the only thing I would say, like I would default break ties in favor of these rookies. Like Keaton's only going to get cheaper. A guy like Bucky's only going to get more expensive. That would be my only thought.
All right, do it. Let's do it. Bucky it is.
I think, I like guys like Keaton, but it kind of goes to the Nick Chubb thing I was talking about with Shawn, where the market is going to double count the pup-less stuff. And he's definitely a candidate for pup. And when that happens, he's going to be free in drafts.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So I think you wait till he's free and pack your bags. And his ADP is just sticky right now because of where he was going in the big board. And there weren't a ton of attractive running back options there. So yeah, that's my only thing. I still like him. I still think he can give us some late season upside potentially, but I don't think we have to pay these prices right now.
Cool. What about for this one?
Fields at pick 180. I don't.
Let's see.
Looks too high to me.
So
I kind of tied in. I mean, like, do you say screw ADP?
Well, I think we can sit on. Well, it depends who you're saying. If it's screw ADP, let's take Ben Sinnott. I think that's fine. I don't think we need to screw ADP on Tucker Kraft because I don't think anyone's going to take him.
Anyone's going to get him. Yeah. I mean, considering where people were, I don't know, that was a false flag on how high he was going first round.
I don't think it was. Should we do it?
Let's do it. Yeah, go for it. Why not?
We want to get some more upside in this room. Like if
Billy Washington's also a contender for week 17 in division, perhaps. So
yeah,
we're going off the Andy thesis there.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Sinnott just went at pick 183. Another data point.
He fell.
There you go.
Nothing like you making the pick and then announcing it as a data point. It was very interesting.
That's not how that works.
George Bush in the classroom, just hearing.
I made a horrible mistake in picking the wrong rookie tight end. And Jatavion Sanders is one of my highest owned tight ends, and Sinnott is not. And, I'd love to have that one back.
Yep. Week 17 doesn't matter right now because we do not have a schedule. But I think this take is wrong. I've heard the stuff about week 16. I would say week 16 is slightly more important than it's been in previous years because of its flat. But when we do the EV calcs on where the money is won and how the large chunk of it is still in the top 20 spots in BBM that are paid out in week 17. We will arrive back at the conclusion where we've always arrived, that week 17 is all that matters. But I understand people are so desperate for it not to matter. It was like last year with the regular season. It was like, there's regular season prizes. It's not all that matters. It's like, no, it actually still is when you actually do the EV calc, but it is like a fun wrinkle. It's like this year it's flatter. Okay, week 16, it is a little bit more important. All the money is still in week 17. It always comes back to that.
It's curious. Like the trend this year though was we're moving it up. It's week 15 is all that matters. Last year was week 16 is all that matters. This year's week 15 is all that matters. We got 14 more years of this bit to work out for us, and then it's really into the preseason days.
So before we finish up, have you been thinking at all about the eliminator? And
yeah,
also, fuck you, Doreed. Sorry if I ruined your PC stream. He took my Geno Smith.
We're not PC. Let it rip.
By the way, I've drafted like every Seattle player other than DK Metcalf. But about the eliminator, do you have any thoughts or strategic things that you didn't do last year, or things that you're thinking about?
I only did a couple of drafts, so like this is going to be my first year really getting my feet wet with it. I do think it is a tougher one because the bye weeks and how you're progressing is more important than it is obviously for Best Ball Mania, where each of the first 14 weeks are essentially worth the same. I do think you want to wait for the schedule a little bit more for that one. That was just my like initial take. But you're still going to probably get ADP values right now that you're not going to be able to get in a week. So I understand that. But yeah, no, I have not really chewed on a ton of strategic thought for that as well. And I'm excited to dive in more this year. Have you?
A little bit. I think like what I think is interesting about it comparatively is you just like, I think a lot of people are not going to appropriately disassociate eliminator from traditional best ball, and will just draft it as if they're drafting a normal best ball team. And that's probably not how you should do it. And so I don't have any like super hot takes yet. And I want to look a little more at the structure and things like that, and like the weekly advances. But I think that there's probably going to be a lot more edge to be had there than in the traditional best ball. Like if I was talking to a friend who didn't totally care, he was like, oh, I want to watch tons of best ball streams and get into it, but they were like, I want to spend $500 drafting teams, I'd probably tell them to do the eliminator, because I think you're going to have your best chance at like people just not really knowing what they're doing. And so because of that, I think it's pretty interesting and something I want to spend some more time really thinking about and diving into. For sure.
Real quick, Clay, I knew you were okay with Tucker Kraft there, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I think so. Just in case, like, Sinet's not all we think he's going to be. A little bit of a safety net there.
The chat is screaming for a Johnny Wilson to double back with Hurts. That could be fun.
Yeah, I was going to throw that out there. I think that's the right pick. My favorite late round wide receiver this year, rookie who you guys brought up with Shawn, is Tez Walker. I think he is really fucking good.
UNC,
I know. I gotta have one homer pick a year. Yeah. I gotta have one homer pick, but he's really good. I love the spot on Baltimore. I mean, he was so good that literally they got the damn state legislator involved to get him eligible from his transfer situation coming in. And then it was a little bit of an underwhelming season with a shitty offensive line, but the kid's mad talented. And I think if we like Josh Downs, and I like Josh Downs, like Tez Walker is Josh Downs on turbo mode. So yeah, he can be a really fun pick in that Baltimore offense. Gotta have one, Lou. Yeah.
I added Johnny Wilson here, our last round pick, and Tucker Kraft. I will say, circling back to your point, Andy, this isn't so much a strategic thought for eliminator, but I think, one of the obvious reasons people gravitated to it so much is like, you think about the sweat, how it progresses for most of these contests. It's like, yeah, there's the cut line sweat for week 14. Like, are you going to make it in? And then you get those 3-week sweats. Like, do I advance out of my pod? With eliminator, you replicate that sweat every single week. So if you are just trying to get the bang for your buck on sweat equity, like nothing is better than that. And I saw it unfold in the Deposit Kingdom Discord. People like, checking their things each week. Like, am I going to get that team through? And especially as it tightens up, and you develop an affinity for a specific team, I think that is by far the biggest selling point of eliminator.
Yeah, totally. I think probably like really high level, there's some amount of like thinking through the weeks that are going to be really intense elimination weeks and trying to appropriately not have buys those weeks and things like that. I think that's probably gonna be like really low hanging fruit of just like the week where it's the hardest to get through, don't have buys or little things like that. Or be smart about the buys.
Go hyper elite QB, hyper elite tight end. That's my takeaway for eliminator.
All right, I'm going to recap this team, and then I am going to bring Pat Kerrane on. Going to do one more draft, and then you guys can all follow Kerrane over to ADP Chasing to continue this Best Ball Mania extravaganza. Clay, here's our team here. I like how this turned out. We got Jalen Hurts and Jordan Love at quarterback, Josh Jacobs, Kenneth Walker, Jonathon Brooks, Ray Davis, and Bucky Irving at running back. Wide receivers, Garrett Wilson, Brandon Ayuk, Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Dontavian Wicks, Ricky Pearsall, Lynn Polk, Johnny Wilson, and then a 3 tight end build, Dallas Goedert, Ben Sinnott, and Tucker Kraft. Some nice stacks, some nice rookie flyers, some nice ADP values. I like what we did. Andy, how do you feel about your squad?
Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, I wish I had Geno Smith as my my third quarterback, but I have Jared Goff, Deshaun Watson, and then I took Will Levis at pick 211, which was just, it was low enough where I was like, I'll take an unstacked Will Levis because I don't totally trust my other quarterbacks to crush for me. And then Bijan and Saquon kind of to anchor running backs with Charbonnet, Algier, and Vidal, who I know nothing about, but he's on the Chargers, so sign me up. And then Zay, Rashee Rice, Brian Thomas, JSN, Jameson Williams back with Goff, Lockett, Judy, and Mario Douglas. He's another guy who I like if those other New England wide receivers, the rookies, are going to be going higher because they are going to get good targets. I think Douglas is kind of in a pretty similar position, and I like him as a player. And then LaPorta and Cade Otton to close it out.
Love it. Appreciate you guys. We'll definitely be having you back for some more Best Ball Mania streams. I'm going to get Kerrane on here, but until next time, happy BBM drafting club, fellas.
Looking forward to it. Thanks for having us, Pete.
All right. Peace. What is up, Patty Millions? How you doing?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing good. Excited to jump in here. Sorry, Pat. I'm getting my screen.
You booted me.
Just booted you right away.
I was like, what's going on?
I know everything's been delayed today. There you go again. But I did just get us in a draft here. So I'm going to hop over so we can talk it out on the clock. And I'm probably actually going to have to go to the bathroom at some point. I'm now coming on 3.5 hours of streaming today.
I had Fun Guy 95 in the Leg Up Discord said there were 9,204 entries last year on the first day of BBM 4.
Okay.
So that means we're already a quarter of the way to hitting that mark. And that was we're less than 2 hours into launch, and we're a quarter of the way to what we had last year for the first entry. So people are excited.
Yes, they are very excited. Bindle's draft Breece Hall. They want us to play the hits here right away. Did you post on Twitter? I've been juggling a lot of things. Yeah. You post on Twitter, you got a draft in?
I got a draft in. I thought it was pretty fun. It was a hyper fragile team. Played the hits, got Breece Hall, DeVon Achane, Jalen Warren, Rico Dowdle, and then closed it out. No more running backs. Did 3 onesies, doubled up the onesies with 3. Got Xavier Worthy at pick 78. Double stack Trevor Lawrence with Christian Kirk and Brian Thomas. Had an Aaron Rodgers, Breece Hall, Tyler Conklin stack. Got Tua with Achane, Waddle, and Malik Washington, and Jonnu. So it was pretty fun. Had a Dalton, Schultz, Tank Dell unstacked stack in there, which maybe they play the Jags week 17, huh? It'd be pretty fun.
There you go. We're on the clock here. McCaffrey, Lamb, Hill, go. I did load the new leg up rankings in. Should we grab Chase here?
I think so.
All right, Pat, vamp for a second. I am going to go to the bathroom so I can survive this last draft today. I'll be right back.
So what I'll note is that in the leg up rankings, Justin Jefferson, we went ahead and moved him back up to 5, had him behind Breece and Bijan as the close of the big board. But my thinking is that, well, now Amon-Ra goes ahead, so maybe this is wrong, but I'm definitely curious to see how people treat Justin Jefferson after McCarthy, because obviously they could have gotten Drake May, and then Jefferson probably moves up to ahead of Chase. But even with McCarthy, I think there's like at least like a little bit of assurance that the market will feel that they're not dealing with just Sam Darnold. So that was our thinking there. But that night, Justin Jefferson, okay, he went ahead of Bijan. After Amon-Ra, but ahead of Bijan and Brees. So generally in this first round, we don't want to be like taking big stands against elite talents. So anticipating that the market flips Jefferson above those guys.
Yeah, well, you got the leg up ranks out earlier. How big of an undertaking was that to get everything sorted with all the draft stuff flying?
Yeah, so I was nervous that Underdog wouldn't have the rankings with the new IDs published in time. And they did. They had those this morning. And so we went through and did like a final sweep on everything. But we had the big board ADP, and we had basically on Saturday we had done a big rankings update. So the rankings themselves I felt very good about this morning, but we had to match the new IDs and some players, we had to see who got added to the player pool. The rugby guy that the Chiefs added was not, but like Dorendo, so there was a couple where like, but Sion Baki was added and, that type of stuff. So we had to get any of those guys ranked. Like Tyron Tracy wasn't in the big board pool. So little stuff like that. Getting guys on the right team and stuff. We still had Curtis Samuel on Washington even after we posted. We fixed that afterwards. But yeah, little stuff like that was mostly what we were doing this morning, plus ironing out some of the rankings. And the guys got me like, we raised Zamir White a little bit more this morning because they're like, look, man, if you don't draft him here, like you're never getting him unless you're aggressive today, which I think is the right way to approach it. So we raised him up a bit more.
Nice. Thank you to House Mix donating some memberships here on the channel. You guys can get access to those Best Ball After Dark streams as YouTube members. We'll see what we want to do here at pick 21. Achan's still kicking around on the board. I saw him on your team. I've been wrestling with this spot at a few points in the draft of like, I do think Achan's going to be a faller. Do you pack your bags later? I saw you did take Achan though in your first draft.
Yeah, Achane is a guy that I didn't anticipate having like a huge stand on because he was going in the mid-second. But I think if you can just get him consistently in the end of the second, I just am going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Because what's the difference here between these wide receivers really? Like, do you really care? Tier. Yeah. So I'm just going to take Achane here a lot and take whoever the market gives me coming back.
Yeah, because you go down in your running backs and then you're down to Jacobs, Henry, whereas you can see in the ranks, like there's not a running back in sight. So you're basically just 2v2ing it with the wide receiver you inevitably take in round 3 and not.
Yeah, and I want to have if the market's going to let me at a reduced price from the big board, sit there and take Achane, I'm going to do that very comfortably. He in the legendary upside screener, he comes out behind only McCaffrey this year. Actually comes out ahead of Brees. Now, you're kind of betting on like what probably won't happen, which is, they need to like ride him as a true starter for him to really have like a true legendary season. And that's unlikely. But we know he has the single week upside. Like he can just go nuts in a single week. And I think from a best ball perspective, that's well worth the second round pick, in my opinion. And if you're getting him in the second or third, he's just too talented.
Well, I was going to float Waddle if we didn't go Achane with that last pick. So Waddle comes back here. Do you like that? Yeah.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah. To me, like you don't have to sell me on Achane just as a talent and what he can do for our teams. It was more just like, are we going to get mid to late third Achane at some point in the summer? And you just pack it there.
Yeah. But I mean, so this is with Brees last year, like just keep in mind like who I am because with Brees last year, I packed it at the 2-3 turn. I packed it in the middle of the third. I packed it at 3-4 turn, packed my bags in the fourth. If this is the destiny of Achane, I'm okay with that. Like, I don't know that I'm going to get Achane at the 4-5 turn. So then,
right?
Why do I really care if he goes at the 3-4 turn later, because those are different combinations. So if I feel like really strongly that a guy is a good pick at this price, if he falls later, as long as he doesn't fall by like 2 rounds, there's not really much opportunity cost. Again, as long as I'm right that he's a smash.
Yes. I'm laughing at this comment from Ryan here. Pat isn't one to pack his bags on a second-year AFC East RB who's likely to get cheaper at cost later in the summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm going to have a lot of HN.
And yes, thank you, chat, for reminding me. As always, we do save Feeding the Ducks for the Kerrane drafts. The Ducks are now playing, and we are waddling. One of my favorite things, Pat, when I ask April, I say, "What do penguins do?" and she goes, "Waddle, waddle."
That's amazing.
So, yeah, I just basically make her do party tricks now.
That's great.
Her other thing she always does, like, she mimics me. Like, whenever something happens, I would do like the shocked face. And I started calling it the shocked face. And so now I can say to April, "Let me see your shocked face." And she goes,
That's awesome.
How are things going with Vivian this week?
They're going good. Yeah, she's eating well, sleeping well. She's smiling sometimes, and I'm getting all excited, but I'm pretty sure she's just farting. Pretty sure she's just farting. She's, very much still a newborn. She's only 2 weeks old.
Yeah. Let it rip.
But she's been real alert over the last few days, so it's been fun just to see her looking around. She's got big old eyes, kind of just staring at stuff. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is fun. That progression of when you realize like they're not just like glaring off into space. They're starting to notice various things.
Well, she kind of does the eye cross. Like she'll like look at you. She's like,
yeah.
You're like, oh, she's looking at me.
Yeah. Ben Bauer, guys being dudes is over, guys being dads now. Yeah, like there's old clips on the internet of like Pat and I like drunk in the streets of Brooklyn, recording a little video, like making draft picks in the summer. And now we're talking about what our baby daughters are doing. So that's where we're at now.
Life comes at you fast.
Any other way. As I mentioned, guys, right when we're finished with this, Pat's going to pop over for ADP chasing on the Ship Chasing channel. I actually have it set up. If you just refresh, you'll be taken right there. Those guys are going to break down all of these early Best Ball Mania 5 ADPs. Can't wait for that. Lamar here, a few picks past ADP seems fun. Anything else you like?
I'd be into that. Yeah. And Andrews is there. McBride's there for cover. That's the play. I mean, you're disappointed if he doesn't come back, but what do you think?
Yeah, let's do Lamar. Yeah, I was wondering if you had a thought on pushing which one is easier to push the other one around, but it's like with Lamar, like I don't think Lamar has fallen past the 4 or 5 turn.
I don't think so either.
Did I see a change in your ranks? Didn't you have Andrews ahead of McBride?
I did. I flipped it because I'm not willing to fade McBride, and the market's been consistent that McBride's going to be ahead. And Ben's made a pretty strong argument for McBride. JJ Zacharysen's made a strong argument for McBride. And I'm just in general trying to like not. I want to be careful when I'm taking stands, and I like players like Andrews, who just goes, that it's not locking me out of other players I also like. And so it just felt like one of those ones where if you want McBride, you're going to have to take him ahead of Andrews at a decent clip. And I don't think that's crazy, even though if I were just drafting against 11 other me's, I would take Andrews ahead.
Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunately, we're not going to get either here. McBride comes off at 46, Andrews at 48. My first draft with Shawn was crazy with the tight ends. Kincaid went at like 39, or Kelce went at 39. Kincaid went at 41. So yeah, tight ends have been all over the board for me today. Our team, though, through 4 rounds, we got Lamar, Achane, JaMarr Chase, and Waddle. We could do the elite tight end thing with Kincaid. We could grab Christian Kirk, Joe Mixon. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say a receiver here. I would say Kirk or Rice.
Yeah, let's. I keep just filtering things through the lens of like who's getting cheaper. I guess both these guys should be pretty static. I like Christian Kirk a lot, though.
Kirk's going to move up, and Rice will probably move down. So,
yeah. Do you think what would cause Kirk to move up other than just rankings?
Yeah, where did ETR have him today? I didn't see.
I haven't gotten a chance to dig into that.
I know they're high on Lawrence, but projections. He's going to project really well.
Yes, for sure. And I think this is going to be, because I'm going to work on the video today of like, who I think are the guys you should target now before they get too expensive. And like, that will be like, I think those are the two inputs, right? Like there's the rankings. If people are drafting off of rankings, whoever you guys are significantly higher on, that's going to drive it. And then also just like, who are the obvious steam candidates that people are, like people are going to fall in love with Keon Coleman. Like, doesn't even matter where you like rank him. Like people are going to be excited to draft this guy.
We moved him up today too. I mean, we had him obviously way ahead of his big board ADP, but I agree. I think people are just going to chase, and I think it's okay to an extent. Yeah,
it's fine. But like, I do think there's going to be really interesting like arbitrage opportunities. Like Shawn and I got like Legette, like real cheap. I want to say it was like 155, pick 155 in our draft too, where it's like, man, if people are going to trace up those profiles that they like, and there ends up being like a 6-round gap between those two, like, I mean, then it doesn't even get close for me, because I think you're getting a similar bet.
Yeah. Copper Prices had a comment here about Daniel Jones. Do we really think he's quarterback 30? Understandably, they hate him, but is he a significant bench risk? So we had, in the initial run, I boosted Jones a lot. And Daniel Raz, with the really sharp point that he has injury guarantees in his contract. It's a similar situation to Russell Wilson, where if they miss the playoffs, he may just he might be like a very strong bench risk if they miss the playoffs. So yes, I think he's a major bench risk, which I didn't realize at first. And I was like, hey, there's no competition. He's going to be at an incredible value, runs a little bit, but I don't really want to mess with that.
Yep. I did not realize that about the contract. That's very, very interesting there. All right. Jordan Addison right at ADP. Ingram, if we want to go with our Jag stuff. Burrow with Chase. Worthy, who's going to be more expensive. Man, this is a tough click.
I think Ingram or we go Worthy, because he's going to go up.
I know. Can we do Worthy? I mean, I feel like
Let's do Worthy. That's the combo that's going to be tougher to have.
That's my thought. And I was just saying on the stream, like lots of people are already taking him in the 5th. I think he's going to be capped at the 5th. And so it's like, I want to get as many like late 6 shares right now as I can.
Yep.
That was tough. There were a lot of good options there for us. And Ingram does go one pick you know what? Passing on Ingram there, I think was very smart in that McBride and Andrews were behind us.
Yeah.
Better chance they come around.
You better chance, and you kind of like force these teams into tougher decisions, like if they're going to go bully. Although the problem is that like McBride 4th round, Evan Ingram 6th round is like totally fine. It's not like they fucked themselves in any way, but it is. No. Most drafters are going to at least think twice about that.
Right. Yeah, and Ingram's an interesting one where it's like, I almost feel better about Ingram as my like first tight end at a value than my second in the bully tight end, where it's like, for some reason, I just feel better about like a Kittle as a bully tight end there. Burrow is the only guy I mentioned that comes back. Hopkins, JSN, Zamir, Warren, kind of a 6th spot.
Yeah. I don't know. How bad is Burrow?
I think we push because we have Lawrence out.
Yeah, we have Lawrence
2 outs.
Yeah. You want to grab Zamir, who's going to rock it up?
Yeah, how much do you think he is going to rock it up? ADP of 101. We're taking him here at 76.
I think he gets to the 6th.
Yeah.
I think he ends up in the mid 6th.
Yeah. He's like the Dameon Pierce, trajectory from a couple years ago.
Yeah, like I asked the guys, like, where do you think he ends up and stuff? And it was like, well, basically he's like Kenneth Walker again. And yes. I don't agree with that. Like I want Kenneth Walker. I'm not a big Kenneth Walker guy, as you know, but I mean, I would take Kenneth Walker over him easily. But I think he flips. I bet he flips Kamara.
Yeah. Low key good run out though for Kamara and Aaron Jones up here too.
Yeah.
how much I didn't catch your ranks. Like how much you seem to still have a fairly aggressive rank on Cook. What about Rachaad White? Did you bump him down?
Yeah. So I'm not worried at all about Cook. I think this was kind of the nuts for Cook. Like assuming they're going to draft somebody, like Ray Davis he's versatile, but he's not like this incredible early down runner that's going to like carve out like a specialized role. He's sort of, I mean, it's a little bit dangerous because he can kind of do everything pretty well. And maybe they just gonna go the Devin Singletary route and just leave a dude out there all the time. And I think Ray Davis is a pretty interesting pick in his own right. But Cook is explosive and Ray Davis is not. And Cook is good, like really good as a pass catcher, and Ray Davis is like fine. So I'm thinking with Cook's profile, it's not like he's going to handle every single snap anyway. And Ray Davis is a fairly safe guy to be mixing in with him. So yeah. I still feel very good about James Cook. Who was the other guy? Oh, White.
White, Rachaad, yeah.
White, we bumped down a lot. We weren't high on him to begin with, but yeah, we've got him. He comes out at 58 in the rankings, but I think he should probably be in the late 6th round. This was bad for him.
Yeah, and which is significant because I don't think you're not even that high on Bucky Irving just in general though as a prospect, right? Just more what it means for that overall backfield.
Yeah, and Irving was productive, and he's really unathletic, but like he's probably a better runner. The problem with White is that like almost anyone is probably a better runner than him. He's just a bad runner. So It's not like he goes away. He's going to fall. Like he's probably a good 7th or 8th round pick because there's like outs to him being what he was last year. But if you're drafting him to be what he was last year in the 4th round, I just think that's bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that tracks for me too. And then where it really gets dicey is because last year he had a stranglehold on the goal line carries and he was racking up a ton of high value touches. We know he's going to be the pass catching back, but if he loses the goal line carries, then he's way, way overpriced.
Right. Yeah. He's just not that good. It's really what it comes down to.
Draft room forcing us to take Joe Burrow. I think we capitulate here.
Let's just do it.
Yeah. Can't wait. I know how this will be. It'll be like the schedule will come out in 2 weeks in Baltimore and Cincy will have the same bye week and someone will remember this stream. They'll message.
I thought you were going to say they play each other because that would be kind of sweet.
Oh yeah. Play each other what? Week 17?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. And, I didn't mind. I think that's a perfect example of like why you push it, right? We had other outs. We could take Lawrence. We could take Tua. Yeah. Just like make the room give you a really, really good price on it. And then it's like, okay, Burrow 20 picks past ADP with Chase. That doesn't seem too bad.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe this is more of a trend here. Wally says I pushed Burrow to the 90s with the Chase team earlier. Is this because the Higgins drafter is like now less interested, thinking that he might not be his quarterback? I'm trying to wonder why the Higgins drafter isn't after him anymore.
To me, the Burton pick is like, I want more Burrow.
Yeah.
Like Burton is, maybe it means they trade Higgins, but I doubt it. You kind of missed the window to trade him. So I think they let Higgins play it out. The trade request was so perfunctory,
Yeah.
You have to request the trade in that situation. It's like, playing I don't know. I don't really play poker, but there's some poker analogy where you properly bet that hand or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yes. Sorry, I was even distracted to rubber stamp your poker analogy because I'm just laughing at House Mix saying, does our Pat Kerrane smoke flower? Just everything about how it's worded, the capitalization, the R, calling it flower. I love everything about this question.
I did buy some pre-rolls like a month ago. It's the first time I'm in California, so that's a thing you can do,
No tight ends in sight, Pat. Coleman strikes me as a guy who's going to get a lot more expensive. Don't mind the running backs. What do you think?
Yeah, let's do Coleman. We have Coleman. So the way these rankings work is we have ADP baked in, but we have guys boosted so that basically like certain players, the ADP affects them less, and Coleman is one of them. Coleman, we're factoring in a lot more of sort of like where we think he should go in a completely efficient market, but you obviously want to get a little bit of ADP value. Yep. But we have him at 71 in the pure ranks, and I think that's probably where he goes up to, and we're just going to be comfortably ahead of his ADP the entire way. But he had an ADP of 137 when the big board closed, and so the boost is only getting him up to 102 in the rankings. That'll continue to rise.
I love that that's how you guys do the ranks, because the way it works, then it's like we all are kind of playing a little game of chicken. Maybe we lost out on like the Zamir White game of chicken and that we could have pushed it a little more, but that is what you're doing. And the way the ranks are, it's like, it's giving you the preview of like what's to come, but reminding you, like, if it wasn't like that, it'd be like, oh shit, I got to take this guy, or I'm not even seeing him if I'm just drafting off of ADP. So it's kind of like, oh yeah, Keon Coleman should be inching up. And then you can kind of make that decision. Can I finesse it? Can I push it? Or do I grab him now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, what I like about it too, is that we generally have these stands, and it's like the ADP, we take the stand, then the ADP kind of comes up, and the market comes to us, is ideally how it works. Now, it doesn't always work out that way. The market doesn't always cooperate, but I think it's pretty safe in this instance that Coleman will jump up probably into the 7. I mean, it's kind of like there's not been any enthusiasm for DeAndre Hopkins or Chris Godwin this entire time. I don't think Coleman's going to have any trouble flipping them.
Yeah. So this question from Jared, like this kind of stuff pops up. It popped up when we selected Xavier Legette. Like, I do not think Xavier Legette is good. I don't really think Keon Coleman is good. And like, it just doesn't really matter. I guess I have like a humility of like, I'm going to be wrong a ton. And so what is the one thing I can do? I think I can kind of predict the market, and I want to play the market, and I don't want to have 0% of these guys. And so if I don't like a guy, I want to front load my shares when they're the cheapest they're going to be. I think Xavier Legette and Keon Coleman today are the cheapest they're going to be. I'll tell you what, I'm really not going to like Keon Coleman when he's a 7th round pick. So I'm going to get my shares now, and that is going to be far more palatable. And then I can wave goodbye to him because I don't love him as a prospect. So that, I don't know. That's how I think about it, Pat.
I think that's exactly right. Like, we should be more aggressive on, and it's hard sometimes where I'm like, why? I don't want, it gets easier, like having done this, like last year, I think I'm better at it this year than I was last year, but it's tough when you're like, this guy's going to rocket up the board. And I'm like, I don't want him here. He shouldn't go here. He should be going 20 picks past this. And you're telling me he's going to rise another 15 picks up, but it's okay. But are you willing to not have any at all? Or are you going to be stubborn and then capitulate? And
which is the worst of them.
Which is the worst. So know yourself, because it's going to be one or the other. You're either going to have none, or you're going to miss the best price and then actually capitulate and draft him at the worst price. So I'm just trying to get in front of those types of things. Zamir White is probably the biggest case where we've got him at 69 in the pure rank, and he's at 78 right now, the way the ranks spit out. And over the next couple days, I think he just ends up at 69 in the actual leg up rankings pretty quickly.
I was going to talk about Goddard, get our first tight end, but Jameson Williams, definitely a draft winner, falling 16 picks here. Seems like a smash.
I mean, Chase Brown's correlated.
Oh, you're right. I do like that as well. Yep. Let's do it. Third running back there, Chase Brown, a guy Shawn and I took pretty early in our first draft. Yeah, I'm definitely on board with that. Chase Brown it is.
Yeah, I mean, Jameson's, I'm not a big Jameson guy, but that makes a lot of sense there. If it wasn't for, I think structurally though, the running back makes more sense and he was correlated.
Yeah, I agree. I think the correlation was the tiebreaker there on structure versus big ADP value. I wrote up Jameson Williams in the newsletter today. I just did 3 of the veteran wide receivers who I think had a clean run out in the draft. Rashid Shaheed, Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
And Darnell Mooney, of guys I thought could have faced some serious competition with one of these day 2 or even a day 3 wide receiver, and it just didn't really pan out there. But yeah,
Darnell Mooney, really big fan of the Michael Penix pick. He's
that was literally my bullet, was the biggest, other than the GM, that Darnell Mooney is the biggest fan of Michael Penix.
Imagine staring down Rome Odunze, immediate bench risk. And then they draft Michael Penix somehow. That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, Fitzmagic, where do you get your ideas? Double taps Jameson Williams and Rashid Shaheed there.
Shaheed really pops in my stuff. I think he's a really strong pick.
Yeah. We're definitely headed toward a late round tight end build here. Although both of our quarterbacks have some intriguing cheap late tight ends potentially to stack. We got some options there, not overly concerned. So that puts us more in running back, wide receiver territory. Josh Downs comes off the board. I think I'm leaning running back here, just looking at these wide receiver names, although there's plenty of guys we could jump the Q4 wide receiver wise, but what do you think?
I think running back, and what do we have? We've got Achane, White, and Brown. So I think running back makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you want to do Spears?
Spears works.
Yeah. He's like not a sexy guy, not a guy that was impacted from the draft, probably not moving much in one direction or the other, but it's like, I mean, this is the same guy that we were all excited to take in the 7th round because we thought he was going to be the lead back, and now we don't want him at pick 124 anymore.
It is funny to me. Yeah. I was a bear actually, and when he was in the 7th round, because I was like, guys, he doesn't have an ACL, and the draft hasn't happened yet, and also free agency hadn't happened. I was just like, this isn't generally how it works out. But I mean, Tony Pollard wasn't the worst case scenario, like Pollard might be done. So I like getting him here. What are your thoughts? How are you playing the Cowboys backfield? Because that was our other option there.
Yeah, man, I will be honest. I haven't given it a ton of thought. I mean, Zeke went pretty high in the draft I just did, to where I think I kind of would want to play it through Rico for now. I mean, are there any other even shoes that can drop? I mean, are we like, what can happen? It's Rico, it's Deuce, it's Zeke, right? Like that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, like maybe they could trade for Miles Sanders or something.
Yeah.
Right. Like something like that. Or someone gets cut and I don't know, like Kenny Gainwell gets cut or something. Like nothing exciting, but I think there could be. The problem is that it's these guys we don't really believe in, so almost anyone becomes a concern.
Yeah, it's tough. Do you think the market is going to push up Rico, or that there just won't ever be enough enthusiasm and they'll all just kind of like chill out deep here?
I think they get pushed up. I think the market's going to want to decide who the starter is, and then that player will get pushed up, I think. Yeah. Like a Cowboys running back should probably be going in the top 100 picks, just like if we zoom out. But which one, and is he actually worth taking there? But like, that's my guess is that, and maybe it's just that Rico and Zeke just both hang out in the early double-digit rounds, and it's like this, like 12th round.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I will say here, and I know we got super shorty taking Zeke. If you're gonna give me Rico at 135 and Zeke at 137, it's not even close. It's Rico for me. If it's Zeke at 165 and Rico at 135, like then I'm willing to have a conversation. But to me, it's not close there.
Yeah, I don't. But I do want some Zeke because he's gonna pass block, and so he'll be out there. And we saw last year in the fantasy playoffs that like he can be a PPR scam, and that's nice even a half PPR. So it's really gross, but if he's going to go in like the 12th round, I do want some.
I love these wide receiver options here. You can sell me on Wicks, Legette, or Pearsall.
I'm open to all three.
I just did Wicks. I mean, Legette, man. He's really interesting. You choose. I literally can't choose right now.
Let's do Pearsall.
Okay. Do you think what do you handicap the odds of a 49ers wide receiver trade of some sort before the season starts at?
Not super high, but Billy Jones just asked how high does Pearsall go if it happens, and it's very high. So if you get that, it's sort of like, I don't think it's a low probability out, but it's a big value gain if you get it. And then I also think, this is a game where if Debo tweaks his hamstring and we get Pearsall starting for the 49ers in week 14, it's just so much more valuable than, Legette or Wicks, who's probably going to be in a rotation. Like, it seems like they want to do a rotation. So it's like when it happens, there's no like, what do you win? What do you win when you win with Pearsall? Everyone knows what you win. You win a starting wide receiver on the fucking 49ers.
Right. And like, are people asking, how does Jermaine Burton get there? How does, who's the other third wide? Like a Jalen McMillan, I guess they are asking how Jalen McMillan gets there. But like, he could be on the field in 3 wide receiver sets. He should easily discard Jawan Jennings. We've seen other guys pop up in that offense, the contingent upside, even if a trade doesn't happen. Like, I don't really find it to be a crazy pick in this range. Like, far worse wide receivers have been taken in this range.
For sure.
Speaking of Jermaine Burton with Burrow.
I love it.
Yeah. So let's just take all the wide receiver 3s that aren't going to get there.
Yeah, exactly. The thing with Pearsall is you want to be price conscious when you're making a bet where you're kind of making like a archetype of bet that we typically make in the 16th, 17th, and 18th round, where it's like, give me the 1 week, just give me 1 week, but you're making it in the 12th. That's not ideal, but you're making it on this super high powered offense with a first round wide receiver, and you do have other outs, contingent value. You're also making it on this team as your wide receiver 6. So I think that's another thing of like, what's even the point of taking wide receiver on this team? And to me, it's like, well, I don't even need this guy for most of the season. I can advance without him. I can advance literally without him. Like, he gives me 0 weeks. I can still advance. So he is purely like a super premium playoff booster.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And I mean, when you're drafting a team with a bunch of rookies anyways, like you're playing for the playoff stuff. Like, we're not expecting Jermaine Burton to come out and command targets in week 2 of this offense. Like, when we take him here, we are saying we're correlating. We're saying, can he give us one of those weeks 15 through 17? And guess what? JaMarr Chase dragged all these Joe Burrow teams to the playoffs. Maybe Chase duds and Burton has a big game. And that's a unique piece for us. And it works because it's correlated. Like, these are the bets. I think we definitely, we can sit here and build up bear cases on every single pick going in this range. And if you want to hear that, watch ADP chasing in about 15 minutes and Sam Sherman will do that for you. But we are playing for winning these tournaments. And it's funny how like everyone wants to buy in on the Niners, but now all of a sudden it's like, because we can't envision like the direct path to it happening, now these guys are undraftable or something.
Right. But I mean, that's like kind of how you win this stuff, right? Like, it's like, this can't happen, this can't happen, this can't happen. It did happen. Oh my God, this is the nuts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if those spots, like, yeah, Pearsall's probably not going to be the guy you need because he's blocked by Debo and Ayuk, and Kittle. But like, even if Kittle were to miss a couple games, which happens like all the time, then you're feeling pretty good about his ability to earn targets in a Shanahan offense over the middle of the field.
And I always like to go back to that thing of what are teams telling us with these draft picks? Like, I think the Dolphins and the Niners are clearly telling us stuff of like, we do not want to have to change how our offense is run when these guys get injured. Shanahan watches the tape of giving fucking Jawan Jennings a jet sweep because Debo left for a quarter, and he says, I do not want to have to do that. I want to give Ricky Pearsall that jet sweep if I need to do it. Same with the Dolphins with Malik Washington. It's like, we don't want to feature Braxton Berrios when Tyreek Hill gets down. Maybe Malik Washington can help us out a little bit. So I do think these guys, they see how they fit in the offense from a contingent standpoint.
All right, we got to get a tight end, right?
Yes, even though I love some of these rookies that are still kicking around here, I think on this team? We passed on Wicks. What if we got Musgrave?
I'm cool with that. Otten also, I think, did pretty well in the draft.
I guess I'm just biased that I think I like Musgrave more as a player,
let's
but
take
I don't know
Musgrave.
if that's a bad take.
No, I think he's fine.
I'm also like the ADP value on Musgrave was pretty nice here, almost 20 picks passed.
That is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I am. This is fun here, seeing some of your ranks in, and it's always notable when there's a little ADP non-existent next to a guy that's showing up on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I think McCaffrey comes up like a lot. We just decided to put him. I think we just have him where he is. Like, there's no ADP baking in. He doesn't have one. So this is where we have him in our rankings. Is he's late enough where, there's not that much value to trying to push it. And I'm already like, he doesn't need to show that much to be the second best wide receiver on the team.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I mean, Shawn and I took him in the last round with a Jayden Daniels team earlier, which seemed awesome. Yeah, and I think it speaks to, again, like understanding both tiers and like humility with like, we're going to all want to sort these guys. We all have our preference. Like if I stumbled upon this decision of Luke Musgrave versus Cade Otton every single time this year, I'm not taking Musgrave every single time, right. And same thing with these rookie wide receivers. We're going to prefer Xavier Legette to Lynn Polk. You're going to prefer Ladd McConkey to Xavier Legette. But like when you start thinking about the tiers and the prices, then you start to want to spread those bets around a little bit more.
You should be spreading out these bets that you don't feel that strongly about. That's my big take. I'm going to have an article about this. It's an article about a tree found in the Amazon rainforest. Actually, not Amazon, and it's Central American rainforest.
I thought you were bullshitting. Do you want to just grab Otton here too?
Yeah. No, it's literally an article about a tree that they found in the Chibicol rainforest in what is now
this guy Belize. Our Pat Kerrane does smoke flower, guys. Confirmed.
That's not a joke. It's that's literally what the article's about. But it's also about mixing up the bets you don't feel strongly about.
Wow, now I am. That is either the worst or the best tease for an article I've ever heard.
I think it's my favorite article I've ever written because it's literally it's just about, it's not like it was a very fun article to write because obviously it's a best ball article, but it's a very extended metaphor. I'll put it
all
that
right.
way.
All right. It's so extended that you can't even tease it out more thoroughly. Tree chasing.
It was a lot of fun to write. Was
this is this the one that are you building on some of the stuff that
Yes.
Sacrilegious wrote about with the Jackard similarities?
Yeah, I am. I'm building out on his the Jaxard similarity stuff, and it's directly related to that concept. I'm kind of basically talking about, like, in my view of things, I want to still take stands. I want to be, if I think I've got a massive edge with a Breece Hall, Jaylen Warren, whatever, I want to push that edge, but I then don't. And I really don't, when you sit down and think about it, want to have that player disproportionately paired with guys I don't really care that much about. Like Chris Godwin, I ended up having a lot of in the big board, and the big board is kind of vibes. I'm not going to be as focused on making sure my Jaxard similarity is where it should be in the big board. But for example, I bet you that, I took a ton of Jaylen Warren. I bet you he's disproportionately paired with Chris Godwin to a level that I don't feel good about. And what's the point of it? I don't feel that great. Godwin was helpful when I needed a wide receiver, and wide receiver was drying up. But I could have done some things to not have him paired so much with Warren, who I legit felt like was an awesome pick. And so what? So that I get to what if I get to the semis and there are a bunch of Chris Godwin teams, and that's why did I give myself only a path that includes Chris Godwin? I didn't feel that strongly about Chris Godwin. That's a mistake.
It's another analogy for it would be like if you've ever lock buttoned a player in DFS and say it was like an expensive guy And to make that 9K wide receiver work, this Tyreek Hill that you're lock buttoning, it's giving you like 45% of the 4.4K Devin Singletary that week. And you're like, I love Tyreek Hill this week. I don't love Devin Singletary that much.
Exactly.
And then you would need to ratchet it down, say, find other ways. Give me some punt wide receivers in here. Give me a punt tight end. Unlock this in different ways. Because if you do it on autopilot, you'll end up with 40% of that other guy paired with him.
Exactly. And I think it's a big edge to do that work and make sure you don't just get pushed into stuff you don't even like that much.
All right, Pat.
You could take Jonnu as or Gesicki, I guess. Maybe is a bit more of a reach, but get done at tight end. Gesicki probably makes more sense.
That's who I was going to put in our back pocket for the third.
Okay.
So we now got a pretty fun triple stack, or I guess quadruple with Burrow. Because we got Chase Brown, then we got Chase, Burton, and Gesicki. That's fun.
Yeah, that works. We should also probably get Bateman if he comes back for the stack with Lamar, which we don't have anything with.
I was going to ask you too. Are you Bateman over Walker?
I am. I'm Bateman over Walker, but maybe that's just bias. I like Walker too.
Is there an analyst that doesn't like Jaylen Warren again this year? Really hope he doesn't get steamed up too quick. I mean, everyone loved him in the big board. Pat had him aggressively ranked, and like his ADP never budged that much.
It never moved. We know I'm not moving the ADP. I had this guy 20 picks ahead of ADP the whole time. He just stayed there.
Yeah, all my homies have 28% Jaylen Warren, and the ADP never budged. It's something so weird. It was like everyone in the world hated Najee Harris last year, and yet his ADP never budged either. Like, what's up with these goddamn Steelers running backs?
I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Okay. Let's see
Bateman.
here. What's up?
We lost Bateman. Do you just want to grab Walker and get a stack with it?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. We have one more pick here. Then we're going to shuttle Kerrane off to ADP chasing. Davis is coping in the chat, even though Pat let you know in the group chat that he'd be a few minutes late. 4 minutes late, and Davis
is the guy at the dance right now. They don't know we're supposed to be on ADP chasing.
Here's the team so far: Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. The room made us take Joe Burrow. Probably need to grab a fifth running back. DeVon Achane, Zamir White, Chase Brown, Tyjae Spears. Wide receivers: JaMarr Chase, Jalen Waddle, Christian Kirk, and then buckle up for this rookie run: Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, Ricky Pearsall, Jermaine Burton, Devontae Walker. Tight ends: Luke Musgrave, K. Dot, and Mike Gesicki. Please stay healthy, DeVon Achane. We are begging you on this team.
I mean, there's a correlated way we can play that RV5.
Does it rhyme with is it a guest on the Take Cast to lock up this entire backfield?
Oh wow. No, I wasn't what I was thinking, but that's actually an interesting angle.
When will the rookies get pictures? Josh Downs doesn't even have a picture. I don't think these rookies ever get pictures. It's kind of just how it works.
Keaton Mitchell was the guy I was thinking.
Okay, so I had this talk with Clay in the last draft because he floated him where I'm like, isn't he the classic pup list candidate guy that gets double counted, pushed down even further, that you're just going to be able to get for free at some point this summer?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking about him in the 18th round.
That's true.
That's going to add rounds later.
You're right, and we need a Baltimore bet.
Yeah.
The other tight end, who never came back, it would have been likely, if we wanted to get that second tight end, but I'm trying to think,
because we could have tried to go Bateman and then get Gesicki to come back, but I kind of like that we got Gesicki and then did Walker, because Walker was the dude. Like, there were two versions of the Baltimore receiver.
Yeah. I'm going to wrap this up so we can make this pick and then get Pat on his way. Like I said, immediately following the stream, Pat is hopping StreamYard rooms over to do ADP chasing on the Ship Chasing channel. It should just refresh here, or you can go to Ship Chasing and check that out on the YouTube. You guys are going to have plenty to talk about. What do you think? You're going to try to keep your stream under 3 or 4 hours?
I think Sam has a plan for keeping us on track, but we'll see. I do want to mention, if you want to sign up for Legendary Upside, the promo that I had last year, and it was kind of like we're gonna have enough credits? We got more credits from Underdog. So if you sign up for Legendary Upside for a yearly subscription, $99 for the year, you get a $50 Underdog credit. If you renew your subscription from last year, you get a $25 Underdog credit. The $50 Underdog credit is eventually going to drop to $25 as well, but right now, keeping that at $50. So yeah, go ahead and sign up, and you got to fill out a form on the site or email me your username at legendaryupside@gmail.com.
Definitely take advantage of that. Pat, I had the epiphany on a walk yesterday that Foreman is like one of the best, like, you're not going to burn a roster spot, have a dead roster spot picks late in a draft right now. Are you on board with him?
Yeah, I love it.
We'll grab Foreman here. I think he pairs well for this team that did miss out on Keaton Mitchell, but could probably use some production if we're being honest earlier. Yes. As far as for me, 4+ hours, I do not know if we're going to go that long on every Monday, but I can promise you the Monday streams are going to be longer. Pat is going to be a regular at noon Eastern on those Monday streams. So it'll be Pete solo draft at 10, Shawn at 11, Pat at 12, other guests circling by potentially for a 4th draft. So making these mega Monday morning blocks. This was a ton of fun. Enjoy all your drafts. I'm going to have a video out on the Deposit Kingdom channel later this week, looking at some of these guys who I anticipate to rise very quickly in ADP. Going to get in the lab on that tonight and tomorrow. So make sure you're subscribed to the Deposit Kingdom channel. And I also have that full Best Ball Mania preview going through the edges we should be pushing right now, as well as in subsequent months. So check that out on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Otherwise, have a great rest of your day. Go watch ADP Chasing for Pat, for the club guys, Clay and Andy, for Shawn, for all of you guys, for Underdog. This has been a blast. Going to be an incredible summer. Let's do it. We'll